Charles are here.
Oh.
We just ask for a few minutes indulgence.
Because what?
We're just asking for a few minutes
No,
indulgence.
fine, I'll wait.
The interpreter is not here. Mr. Ramusipil is not here. Advocate Mnisi is here.
Oh. Are you still sending from Miss Cholol?
Yes.
And where is she?
He's in Court GC.
But
Next
does that happen? You see, I'm being criticized in the press. You can't be, you mustn't sit. You can't be on record in two matters at the same time in the same court.
I think, my lord, it's a party that falls in the recess. There was an arrangement.
No, but you see, you guys, I asked you before the recess started, can we have sessions during the recess? Initially, all of you, except the defense. I think even you didn't.
Yes, I
Except
said I
you
was
also.
available, yes.
All of Mr. Mnisi said, you know what, I've been reading this record when all of you were resting. I'm tired. I need to rest. Mr. Mshololo said, I'm not available for the whole
Recess.
recess. Mr. Ramusipili said, this case is messing up my practice. I'm paraphrasing. I'm losing a lot of clients and money, and this case is wasting. And, I've got to be in the office to see what is actually happening because it's messing up my practice. That's what he said. Then Friday, suddenly, all of you, we've had a discussion, all of us, and we have decided we'll sit for the 2 weeks in recess. Because my mind is broad. I could have said to you guys, you know what, I already made arrangements to go with my wife on holiday. But because there are certain things which are more important. Then Abundaba wants to talk. One day you'll be a judge. One day. It's a pity when we started, it was still the rule of the Nationalist Party. You would never double book. Never, ever. Because it's in the rule book. Am I right?
Yes.
You would never do it. The judge will give you a choice. It's either you act for accused number so-and-so, or you act for the other person. But we don't care for the rules. Yeah, okay.
My lord, may I quickly phone Mr. Ramusipil and find out where he is?
Yeah, they said he's 5 minutes late. He'll be 5 minutes. Is that not so?
Ashley was informed.
Hello?
Yes, Ashley was informed about
Yeah,
his...
he informed me. Yeah. Did you read that article about the 12 judges, senior judges who are retired? You haven't read it?
No, I haven't.
They were all complaining that black or advocates, let's not use color because in South Africa You can use color when you like, because people will say our people, and we know when people say our people, they mean our black people. They don't include whites. It appeared in the Sunday Times. You remember that article, Mr. Baloyi? I think you.
Yes, that was some time ago, yes.
What were they saying?
Well, if I remember well, they were decrying the failure of practitioners to observe ethics in court.
Yes, sir.
Sorry for the
No,
minute.
fine, I got the message. Thank you. So what do we do now?
My Lord, we are going to proceed with the re-examination of Brigadier Gininda.
Okay.
Just to recap, my Lord, the re-examination of Brigadier Gininda stood down as at the time when the state wanted to re-examine him on certain photos, an objection was raised that there is new evidence, and his evidence then stood down so that the state could first apply for those photos to be admitted, and the state did bring that application, my Lord, and the court then ruled that the photos, that the evidence on the photos could be led, and subsequently Warrant Officer Ndlovu and Sergeant Mabasa testified on those photos.
Yeah.
Now the state requests that Brigadier Gininda be recalled so that he can be examined on those photos, my Lord.
Is that an application again?
Well, it stood down, my Lord. It's not really an application, my Lord. We, just out of courtesy, saying that we request that, he should be recalled. We are basically recalling him.
Any objection from the defense?
Lesikhathi lana kuBrigadier wabuGininda-ke lana ephupha ufakazi bakhe-ke lapho-ke kukhona-ke udaba bafisa ukuthi bambuze imibuzo ngalo phecelezi ney'thombe lezi kade bese bathi bamisa kancane-ke lapho-ke ngemuva kokuthi bamise kancane-ke lapho bese benza isicelo isicelo esisheshayo-ke lapho-ke sokuthi i-Warrant Officer Ndlovu futhi nomnumzane uSergeant Mabasa-ke bese beze-ke balethe ubufakazi phecelezi ney'thombe lezi kade bezijobelela-ke zobufakazi obusha-ke lapho-ke uhambisana necala leli bathi-ke ufakazi bathi isici sinofakazi khona-ke manje inkosi enkantolo yabuza-ke ukuthi abameli ngabe mhlawumbe banayo yini inkinga ukuthi uba uBrigadier Gininda bambize futhi bese aqhubeke-ke nobufakazi bakhe lo kade abethula la ngaphambi kwenkosi enkantolo.
As it please the court, my lord. I'm not so sure whether the state would still want to proceed with the re-examination of Brigadier Gininda, or the state has already closed its re-examination on Brigadier Gininda on the evidence that was already on court, such that today he is being recalled to come and deal with the new evidence which has been the subject of the litigation for the past 2 weeks, my lord. If that is the case, then on behalf of accused number 1 and 3, we don't have a problem because such evidence has been dealt with very extensively. And as we indicated initially, that will be new evidence, my lord. Thank you.
As the court pleases, madam, I don't have any objection on behalf of Mr. Ntanzi.
Yes, sir. Nomalo.
Thank you, my lord. I have no objection on behalf of accused number 4 and 5. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, thanks. You're still under oath.
Thank you, my lord.
But abamenzi abanayo inkinga othi phakathi yagininda abambize futhi ukuthi ubufakazi bakhe kanjalo indaba lolithombe ke.
Yeah.
Advocate, please, my lord, before we continue with the examination of Brigadier Gininda, there are 3 preliminary issues that we want to deal with. The first issue, my lord, the state would have liked to call the dentist who examined accused number 3 as per Exhibit SE. The report has been handed up as Exhibit SE. We have established what the position of the defense is regarding that request. However, we were informed that the defense is going to object to the state calling the dentist. The defense intimated that it is their witness and that we may not call their witness. We informed the defense, my lord, that our position is that accused number 3 was examined by a dentist in public health care at the public health care facility. And we informed them that is similar to the situation where an accused is examined by a district surgeon during the course of the proceedings for whatever reason, and that district surgeon will then become a state witness. And as a principle, the state has got a first pick whenever there are a number of witnesses available. The state will have the first opportunity to call those witnesses, and if the state doesn't call those witnesses at the end of the state case, they will be made available to the defense. However, my lord, we inform my colleagues that we're not going to make an issue out of that. If the defense doesn't call the dentist, the state will then request that the court should call that witness, the dentist, in terms of section 186. We will then leave the matter at that, my lord. We are not going to pursue it any further. The second preliminary aspect that the state wants to deal with, my lord, it's a proposition that was put by our late colleague, Mr. Mngomezulu, to Colonel Mangena, the ballistic expert, on the 28th of August 2024. We have on various occasions, my lord, intimated that we would like to show the footage that deals with that aspect, as well as the hand up the affidavit of the witness from ENCA who deals with this aspect. We have conferred, my lord, with our colleagues regarding this aspect, and with a view to seeing if we can perhaps invoke the provisions of Section 213 of the Criminal Procedure Act to hand the footage by consent. However, my colleagues, and subject to confirmation by them, indicated that they are not going to consent to the admission of this affidavit. We therefore have to call this witness. The witness is not here today, my lord. We hope to secure his attendance in due course. We're in discussion with his legal representative. He was subpoenaed to attend court on the 17th of June, 2025. However, he was excused from attending court and being present, as at that time, my lord, we're still in negotiations with the defense. And since we could not reach consensus, we will have to call this witness, my lord. We would like to show the footage today, my lord. And we are going to rely on the provisions of Section 3 of the Hearsay Act. And the reason, my lord, why we want to show the footage at this stage is we would like Brigadier Gininda to comment on the on the footage. And may I just briefly refer then to Section 3 of the Law of Evidence Amendment Act 45 of 1988, which provides as follows. Section 3, hearsay evidence, says, subject to the provisions of any other law, hearsay evidence shall not be admitted as evidence at criminal proceedings or civil proceedings unless, and we are going to refer to subsection 3, which is relevant here. It says, hearsay evidence may be provisionally admitted in terms of subsection 1B. And section 1B reads that the person upon whose credibility the probative value of such evidence depends himself testifies at such proceedings. Now, subsection 3 reads that hearsay evidence may be provisionally admitted in terms of section 1B if the court is informed that the person upon whose credibility the probative value of such evidence depends himself testifies in such proceedings, provided that if such person does not later testify in such proceedings, the hearsay evidence shall be left out of account unless the hearsay evidence is admitted in terms of paragraph A. And paragraph A states that each party against whom the evidence is to be adduced agrees to the admission thereof as evidence at such proceedings. Or subsection 1. Subsection 1 basically, my lord, gives the discretion to the court to admit hearsay evidence after having had regard to the nature of the proceedings, the nature of the evidence, the purpose for which the evidence is tendered, the probative value of the evidence, the reason why evidence is not given by the person upon whose credibility the probative value of such evidence depends, and any prejudice to a party which the admission of such evidence might entail, and lastly, any other factor which should, in the opinion of the court, be taken into account. Now, subsection 4 defines hearsay evidence as follows. Hearsay evidence means evidence, whether oral or in writing, the probative value of which depends upon the credibility of any other person other than the person giving such evidence. Now, my lord, as indicated, would like to show the footage which deals with the proposition that was put by Mr. Mngumezulu. And we see that in the proceedings of the 28th of August, 2024. And my lord, I'm just going to read out the proposition just merely to show relevance, you know, and not for any other purpose, my lord. During the proceedings of the 28th of August, 2024, page 11, line 19, Mr. Mngumezulu. All right, let me put this version to you. According to those witnesses that I do not want to disclose at this stage, 3 shots were fired. 1 shot is the one that caused injury to Zandi on her leg. The other shot is the one that Longwe Twala shot himself on the leg while they were struggling for the gun. The third one is the one that shot Senzo Meyiwa, but I'm not mentioning them according to the sequence, how they happened. I mean, all these 3 shots, they caused injury to Zandi. The one was stuck in the ankle of Longwe Twala, and the other one is the one that shot Senzo dead. Then in line 10 on page 12, Mr. Mngumezulu, Longwe, after that incident, that wound became septic and he went to a doctor, the late Dr. Mbatsani, who referred Longwe Twala to Dr. Mthobisi in Ren Hospital, where a bullet was taken from Longwe's foot. Now, my lord, the purpose of this footage is to deal with this proposition. I will then, my lord, maybe just allow my colleagues to make submissions if they have any submissions to make in the in this regard.
Yes, Mnisi.
As it please the court, my lord, the first aspect that is stated intimated that it is that it would wish to call the dentist who examined Mr. Sibia, Mr. Mncube, and whose report is already before court, and the state is basing that on the argument that in every circumstances the state has a first pick on witnesses. That is a gross misrepresentation of facts, my lord. This witness, for starters, Dr. Ali, is nowhere seen in the list of state witnesses. The state can only have a pick of witnesses when they specifically state the name of that witness in their list of state witnesses in terms of Section 144 of the Criminal Procedure Act. Dr. Ali, it's none of those witnesses. The state argues that by virtue of the fact that Dr. Ali works for the state, he then automatically becomes their witness. It also does not work out like that, my lords. If the state wanted to use Dr. Ali as their witness, the state should have made it a point that Dr. Ali does what the defense requested him to do, which is to assess Mr. Mncube, and then the state comes and include him, as one of its witnesses in the list of state witnesses. The state cannot simply say because he works for the state, then he therefore automatically becomes their witness. It does not work out like that, my lord. For the fact that this process was initiated by the defense, and the defense approached Dr. Ali, who is working for the state, that simply means that Dr. Ali has been requested by the defense to come and assist the court. Who made that request is the defense. Therefore, whose witness is that? Is the witness's defense. It's very simple, my lord. There are so many witnesses that we would have loved to consult, which witnesses are in, that the defense would have loved to consult, whose names are in the list of state witnesses. And we are quite certain that some of those witnesses would provide some evidence that is favorable to the defense. That's an open secret. But for now, we'll not be able to do that because those witnesses are in the list of, their names are in the list of state witnesses. We can't even go near them. Exactly that is what the state wants to do. It's like the defense has got its own list of witnesses and say, this is our list of witnesses. And then the defense comes and say, no, but that one is working for the state. He can't be your witness because he's working for it. It does not work out like that. He's our witness. I think the proposal by the defense, by the state, that in an event that we choose not to call Dr. Ali to come and testify in the defense case, because it's our witness, then the state is going to make an application in terms of 186 to request the court, in the interest of justice, to have Dr. Ali called. But the state cannot call him. How will they then be in a position to interview our own witness? That will be a very gross irregularity, my lord. If that is what the state wants to do, state must stand up and say it also allows us the opportunity to interview the witnesses at this very same moment that they will not be utilizing later on, even before they close their state's case. I know the state will not do that because that is unprocedural. They are not yet our witnesses. They are still part of the state's witnesses. They have not been disclosed to us. The state does not even say to us, will you be calling Dr. Ali? Are you amenable to disclose Dr. Ali to us? The state simply says that, no, I want to call that witness because he's working for the state, and simply because he's working for the state, then we've got a first preference. It does not work out like that is a very gross, that would be a very gross irregularity of a procedure, my lord. Thank you. I think the last aspect, the 186, it covers everything, my lord. That's just my submission in the first instance, my lord. Now, with regard to the proposition that, I'm not so sure if thank you, my lord. Now, with regard to the proposition that was put by Mr. Mngomezulu on some of the witness here, it is indeed so, my lord, that upon being approached by the state, we recorded our vehement objection to the procedure that the state wanted to adopt or to employ. And basically the state, my lord, does not give the court the background of what is happening here. Remember Mr. Mngomezulu said, as per the quotation that has been read on record today, Longwe was one of the people who apparently got injured in the house. Now the state wants to refute that allegation. Now the state says, we want to refute that allegation by showing a video that shows Longwe that the following day, that's the information that we got from the state, that the following day, Longwe was seen walking very straight, he was not limping, and which is an indication that he could not have been injured on the 26th, because on the 27th, he was seen, he's being seen on the video, he's walking very straight, he's not limping. But that on its own has got its own challenges, my lord. And the state says, no, we got a clip of a video from ANC, ENCA, yes, I'm sorry, from ENCA. We got a clip of a video that will demonstrate that Longwe immediately on the 27th he was seen walking. But that has got various challenges, my lord. And those challenges are as follows. Just before I get to those challenges. The state says, no, we want to rely on exceptions to the hearsay rule. We want to lead this evidence on a provisional basis and allow the brigadier here to opine on the content of the video itself. And the state is saying it will be in the interest of justice that such videos should be shown and therefore allow Brigadier Kininda to opine. The state does not even say that after the acceptance or the admission of this hearsay evidence on a provisional basis, what would then happen with regard to it being accepted as part of the record? Finally, it does not say to the court what is going to happen to that. But now these are the challenges that I mentioned earlier on, my lord. Number one, the statement, the 212 statement or the 213 statement that the state says was penned by, that the state said it received, and it is through that statement that it wants to introduce this video. It is a statement by a certain gentleman known as Mr. Bailey. We got that statement. Now, Mr. Bailey simply says to the state, on paragraph 5 of his affidavit, this is what he says, and he says it emphatically. He says, on paragraph 5, I have no personal knowledge relating to the presence of Mr. Twala at the home of Ms. Kumalo on the 27th of October 2014, as I was not present at a residence. In fact, at the time I was not working in South Africa. I was in fact working in China. To repeat, I have no personal knowledge regarding the events, people or places depicted in the footage that is requested. So how does then Mr. Bailey assist the court here? Because he simply addresses the question that we are taking up as an issue with the state. Number one, how are we going to know as to when that video was taken? Who will come and tell this court that, no, this video was actually taken on such and such and such a day, on the 27th of October 2014? Who will come and say that? Who took that video? Under what circumstances? Why was that video actually taken? Those are all the things that the state is hiding from the court. But more importantly, my lord, more importantly, the state says that the probative value of this video, which is hearsay, lies on Mr. Bailey. Mr. Bailey says, no, it can't lie on me because I was not present at the residence. I was working in China. And it says to repeat, I have no personal knowledge regarding the events, the people or places that are depicted in the footage. How does he then How can it then be argued that the probative value of this video that Mr. Bailey distances himself from can lie on Mr. Bailey? It is worse with Brigadier Kininda. It is even worse with Brigadier Kininda. He will be called upon to give evidence or to give an opinion on something which the court will, something that the court will not even know. Where does this thing come from? For starters, we don't even know where was this video taken, whether it was taken at the hostel, whether it was taken at the tavern, or whether it was, because we've seen the video. It's a 5-second clip of a video. Or 34 seconds, yes. It's a 34-second clip video. Where it was taken, we don't know. For what purpose, we don't know. But my lord, this is what should concern the court very attentively. Mr. Longwe, he's one of the state witnesses that is mentioned in the indictment. Let me repeat again. Mr. Longwe is one of the state witnesses who is mentioned in the list of state witnesses in terms of Section 144 of the Criminal Procedure Act. The state, by simply including him in the list of state witnesses, gave out an impression that if circumstances were to arise that Mr. Longwe should come testify, we'll definitely call him. Therefore, you as a defense, stay away from him, because as of now, he's our witness. Now, the question that begs this court is, and that should actually trouble the court, my lord, very gravely so. Mentioning Longwe in the list of state witnesses, that is the person on whose probative value on what is happening on that video lies. It is only Longwe who can come and tell this court, yeah, no. Actually, the state does not even have to call that video. It does not even have to play that video. It simply has got to say to Longwe, Mr. Mngomezulu made these allegations to you that as and when this incident happened on the 26th of October 2014, you also got injured on your feet. Those are the allegations that Mr. Mngomezulu put to one of the witnesses. Do you agree with those allegations or not? And then he comes and tells this guy, I know, I never got injured today. Mr. Mngomezulu probably, I don't know, got that version from. That's the best evidence rule. Why is the state afraid? Or avoiding, really not afraid? Why is the state avoiding to call Mr. Longwe, my lord? Longwe Twala. Why is the state afraid? I have tried to come up with speculation and answers to which ingenuity may suggest. I can only think, my lord, and I'll be forgiven for thinking that the state is afraid that Mr. Longwe comes here. He says, no, I never got injured on that day. But beyond that, let me tell you how this incident happened. Actually, the firearm that was used on that day was not a 9mm, it was a revolver. That's just a speculation.
This court can't listen to speculation.
Yes, thank you, my lord. But the gist of the question is, why is the state avoiding to call Longwe? The state does not say Longwe is no longer available. The state does not say that Longwe is untraceable. He is still there. That is the person on whose credibility and the probative value of what is depicted on that video lies, my lord. I would therefore strongly object in the strongest terms that that video should be played here and for Brigadier Kininda to come and opine on that video. What will he be saying? And in fact, the court has just indicated that it does not want to listen to speculation. All that Brigadier Kininda is going to say will be speculation, my lord. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Sorry, my lord. May I just summarize
Now
everything?
let's the defense finish and then you
As the
summarize for all three.
The court pleases, my lord.
Okay.
As the court pleases, my lord, two submissions really. The first one pertains to the applicability of Section 3, subsection 3 of the Hearsay Evidence Act 45 of 1988. And I say, my lord, with the greatest respect to Advocate Baloyi, that does not find applicability, my lord. My lord, we will have learned from the Baleka cases, the Singh, the Ramgobin, that video evidence is real evidence, and generally it is not considered hearsay. Hearsay will only arise, my lord, if in the video the persons depicted are making statements, and those persons are not available to come and confirm the statements that they made in that video. Otherwise, it is real evidence. There's no hearsay act applicable here. And I'll tell the court why. Mr. Mnisi has introduced, by way of submission, what we have seen in that video. That video is a 34-second video, my lord. It does not show any person uttering anything, or at least it is not audible what the utterances are being made. For that reason, my lord, I'll say the Hearsay Act does not assist the state in trying to bring Longwe's evidence via the back door, via Mr. Bailey, who says, in fact, what he obtained was not a video of 27 October 2014, but it's a broadcast of 10 October 2024. That was a rebroadcast, and it contains the subject matter of the subpoena that was served upon him by the state. He does not say it contains this footage. He says the subject matter of the subpoena. I don't know what the subject matter is. The state will clarify that for the court. I'm not privy to the subpoena that was served. It was never disclosed to us, my lord, and I don't think we also belong in the serving of that subpoena, my lord. Now, with video footage, my lord, it needs to be authenticated that it represents accurately what it purports to be depicting. Now, if only that it shows its action and not words, no oral utterances, I'm still standing, my lord, that without utterances, the Hearsay Act does not apply, my lord. Now, the second aspect, my lord, is, and just to concretize this point, is the one that Mr. Mnisi touches on. Mr. Longwe is alive, my lord. In fact, my lord, if I go back in 2023, before Mr. Host testified, we received an email from Advocate Baloyi informing us that we must prepare that because they were going to call, amongst others, that Monday, Longwe, Jack Buthelezi, and Mr. Host, Colonel Host. And about 10 was made later to say, no, prepare only for Jack Buthelezi and Mr. Host, my lord. I understand, my lord. I've been practicing for 100 years. The state is dominus litis. Why they decided at the last minute to withdraw Mr. Longwe to come and testify is their own prerogative, my lord. But the point that I'm making, he's still alive and kicking. And but what we have read in the media, my lord, he's sobering up from whatever is afflicting him. So he's a comparable witness to be called and testify on this aspect, whether or not he was shot at and injured on the 26th of October 2014, my Lord. My Lord asked me the other day whether I read Canadian law, and there's an important term that was mentioned there by one of the judges, and so Pinka was also in that judgment, which says, a witness like Mr. Gininda for this purpose is not going to assist the court and ourselves, my Lord, to know that the person depicted on that video is Longwetwala. I don't know Longwetwala. The court does not know Longwetwala. My colleagues, I believe, they don't know Longwetwala. We are going to listen to the say-so of Mr. Gininda that this is Longwetwala. That, my Lord, in Canada has been held to be a supererogatory and unnecessary evidence by Sopinka. So Advocate is inviting this court to listen to the most superfluous evidence that will come from Brigadier Gininda, with the utmost respect. Brigadier Gininda is not going to assist the court in that respect, my Lord. So I submit, my Lord, and vehemently so as well, that this video should not be played in court until it's authenticated by the relevant people under oath, my Lord. Not through the Hearsay Act that is not applicable, not through the superfluous evidence of a lay opinion of Mr. Gininda, my Lord. Brigadier Gininda, I'm sorry, my Lord. As the court pleases, those are my submissions, my Lord.
Yes, Mr. Kamamalo.
Thank you, my Lord. The first issue that I want to address is the issue of the witness, Dr. Ali.
Yeah.
My Lord, the stage at which the state can boldly say that that witness is theirs has gone past because of the propositions that were put by my learned colleague, Advocate Mnisi, to Sergeant Mabasa under cross-examination. There's versions, there's propositions, there's the contents of the report that was put to Sergeant Mabasa by my colleague during cross-examination. So the state cannot say now that that witness can be called by them. That is the state, because it will be ran parallel. The defense is calling the witness. On the same breath, the state wants to call that witness to testify on the very same issues that the defense has raised. So that is totally unacceptable. On the issue of the video, firstly, I wish to mention, my Lord, that there is no change statements in respect of what happened after that video was taken, where it was stored, up to the stage when it was played by or handed to the state for them to use it in this trial. We don't have even the statement of a person who took that video. We don't know when it was taken and the time when it was taken. Safe to say that we were told that that video was taken on the 27th of October, 2014. That is the following day. The person who is depicted on the video, I'm instructed by my client that he doesn't know that person. As to why that person is not called here in court to come and testify, we don't know. It is my submission, my Lord, that the applicability of the Hearsay Act is not relevant in this application or the submission by the state, because we don't have anything. We don't have affidavit in support of the video. As I've indicated, my Lord, we don't have change statements of the person who took the video as to where it was stored, and the person who is depicted on the video to say that he is indeed the person who is there. We don't have such. So it cannot be said that the applicability of the Hearsay Act is relevant in this aspect. And again, my Lord, in this matter, I can say it without any reservation, because I can see that time is against us. We seem to be going in circles, my lord. The assertions by Mr. Mngomezulu were raised in this court on the 28th of August, 2024, some 10 months. As to why this was not pursued after Mr. Mngomezulu, may his soul rest in peace, was not followed, the issue of the video was not followed, we don't know. Because one would have assumed that after such assertions were made by Mr. Mngomezulu, then the state was going to pursue the issue of the video, to lead that evidence. But now it wants to lead that evidence through Brigadier Kininda, of which when the matter was adjourned on Monday to today, we had expected that Brigadier Kininda was going to be re-examined on the aspect of the application that was granted by this court, having been made on the 17th of June, 2025. So I really must say, my lord, that we seem not to be making any progress in this matter. Thank you.
Yeah, can interpret.
Bafowethu ke kade kunodaba lana kade sikhuluma ke ngalo noma kade ihlangothi noma ithimba ke labashushisi baqhamukisile kudaba lakhona ukuthi uBrigadier Kininda bambizile ukuthi azokhuluma amaphicelezi nodaba lolu ithombe kade iqhamukile la ngaphambi kwenkosi enkantolo ke lezi kade bejobulela njengofakazi ubushaka lapho ke la kade bekhuluma khona ukuthi baletha ke lapho kumnumzana warrant officer Ndlovu futhi nomnumzana Sergeant Mabasa ke ekuthize baletha ufakazi babo phicelezi nodaba lolu ithombe ke lapho ke bese ngemuva kwalokho bese babiza kumnumzana uBrigadier Kininda ukuthi zina azojobela ke azokhuluma phicelezi nodaba lolo ke kepha ke khona ke inkulumo iqhamukile ke lapho ke khuluma ngayo ehlangothi lethimba labashushisi elukhulume ngayo ke lathi khona ke njalo lapho ke khona ke inkulumo yakhulunywa ke lapho umnumzana osele washona ke lapho umnumzana Mngomezulu ke lapho ke phecelezi nodaba lofakazi malana nodaba lwevideo kade beshicelele lapho ke basho khona nje kungaphansi kwezomthetho ke lapho ke section 213 thizeni ke umnumzana uBrigadier Kininda bambuze ke imibuzo phecelezi nodaba lwevideo khona ukuthi video khona dlala ka 34 wama seconds ke lapho ke bathi futhi video khona kujangala khona ke lapho kulongithwala ngesikhathi kade ehamba khona ke lapho ke bathi futhi umnumzana uMngomezulu sele washona ke kunenkulumo awayikhuluma ukuthi lapho ke ngesikhathi kade khona ke udlame kulokho muzi namhlanje esigameko ke ngaphakathi kwalomuzi lapho wakhumalo ke lapho ke kwadutshula khona ke lapho ke ulongwe onyaweni lwakhe ke futhi nozanda thola ukulimala lapho ke bese ke enye ke inhlamvu lapho ke bese yashaya ke lapho ke uSenzo ngesikhathi bekashona khona ke lapho ke kepha bathi umnumzana Mngomezulu inkulumo yakhe akaze ayikhuluma ukuthi ubani uqala wadutshula ke lapho ke bese kwalandela abantu ngemuva kokuqala bese osibili nokusithathu ke lapho ke kepha ke bese lapho abameli benu wathola isikhathi sokuthi nabo baphenduleke malana nesicelo lesi kade sekuthola ubaba olokozana umnumzana ustate lapho usithi umshushisi kade ayikhuluma ngesikhathi bekaletha inkulumo yakhe ke lapho ke bese waphakama washo khona njalo ke lapho ke umnumzana Mnisi ke ukuthi ngesikhathi bekaphendula malana phecelezi nenkulumo lebekhuluma ke umnumzana obalowe ke lapho kumele ehla ithimba labashushisi ke lapho ke washo khona ukuthi udokotela uAli ke lapho ukuthi ke ufakazi ke wabo ke lapho ke ngoba kusase yena ufakazi ohlangothi noma ithimba labashushisi ke lapho ke ngoba uyena sele bamsebenzisile ke lapho ke futhi yena osebenza ngaphansi kwesikhungu ke lapho ke sakahulumeni ke laba abenza khona ke inhlolo zabo ke zamazinyo ke lapho shuthi i-dentist ke leyo ke la kade umnumzana Mncube aye khona ke ngesikhathi ade bomhlola kamazinyo wakhe ke phecelezi nodaba lwezinyo legolide leli bathi kade analo ithimba labeshushisi ke lapho ke kule thombe lezi iqhamukile bebeletha ufakazi bazo ke lapho ke umnumzana warrant officer Ndlovu futhi nomnumzana olokuzana uSergeant Mabasa ke lapho ke bese babuya bakhuluma ke khona njalo bathi ngeke kukhonakala ukuthi udokotela bambize futhi abizwe ithimba labashushisi ke lapho ke ethizini alethe kufakazi bakhe ke lapho ke ngoba wona sele bamsebenzisile futhi oqedile ngofakazi bakhe ke lapho ke wabuya washo khona njalo bathi ngeke bakhona ukuthi abize kudokotela ngoba bakhona futhi abanye abofakazi ke abawela ngaphansi kwethimba labeshushisi ke lapho ke nabo angafisa ukuthi bababize bese bezeke ngaphambi kwesenkantolo ke uma sewabiza kushila bona ke bangaze bahambisane nohlangothi lwenuke uma ngabe bethula kufakazi babo ke lapho ke futhi washo khona njalo wathi malana nodaba lolo lakhulunywa umnumzana Mngomezulu ke ngesikhathi kade abuza imibuzo ke kubufakazi labo ke yena ke bathi washo khona njalo ukuthi ke yebo ushonge umunye wabantu abalimala kade bekhona ke ngaphakathi kwalomuzi loyana ke futhi ke kepha lapho ke ithimba laba labashushisi kade nesikhathi esanele lokuthi lapho ke bahlale phansi naye ulongo ukukhulumisana naye ke bese bamlungise lapho ke ekuthizeni eze alethe ufakazi bakhe la ngaphambi kungusenkantolo ke bathi khona njalo malana nodaba lwe video lakhe leli kade bekhuluma ngalo ke ithimba labashushisi bethi bangathanda ukuthi bayijengise la ngaphambi kungusenkantolo ke bathi ku video khona asizwa awukho umsindo ozwakalayo ke ngemuva kwe video yakhona ke kepha sibona nje umuntu eyihambela ke lapho ke futhi abanasiqiniseko ukuthi ngabe ulongwe loyo ke noma akusiyena ke ulongwe futhi wabuya bakhuluma futhi bathi khona njalo malana nodaba lwe video ke leyo ke asiyazi ukuthi ubani owathubula ke video yakhona ke ngaphansi kwesimo esinjani ke futhi ethubula kuphi ke video yakhona ke futhi azikho istatement ezabhalwa ngaphansi kohlelo la affidavit ehambisana nohlelo lwe video yakhona ke lapho ke futhi basho khona bathi uDr Ali ke lapho uDr Beli ke lapho ke wakhuluma ukuthi akanalo ulwazi lokuthi yini eyenzeka ngaphakathi kwalomuzi lena ngelanga la nge-26 futhi ngelanga la nge-27 ngoba kade angekho la eNingizimu Afrika kade ahambile komsebenzi sebenzela kwizwe laseShayina ke lapho ke ngesikhathi sathe ukhuluma ngevideo lena ke futhi washo khona njalo ukuthi akanalo ulwazi lwe video lena ukuthi ngabe ubani ukhona kule video lena futhi ukuthi video khona bayithatha bathubula kuphi ke nendawo kade futhi ubani kade akhona ke ngaphakathi kule video leyo ke bese wakhuluma khona njalo lapho uMnumzana Mnisi ngesikhathi wakhuluma ke inkulumo yakhe eningi lapho ke waqhubeka washo khona njalo ukuthi asazi ukuthi ubani uthubula ivideo yakhona ke ubani bathathe kuphi ivideo yakhona futhi ngaphansi kwezimo ezinjani ke manje kuza kanjani ukuthi ulongwe sifala ngoba usaphila usangakashoni ke kuza kanjani ukuthi ithimba labashushisi lingambizi ezela ngaphambi kusenkantolo ke njengofakazi bese ethula ufakazi bakhe ke lapho ke bese bambuza imibuzo phecelezi nodaba le video uma ngabe sebesitshengisana ke lana kulesikhangiso lesi suthi sakamabona kude ke lapho ke washo khona nje ukuthi ngeke bakhona ukuthi babuzeke lapho ke ubaba Brigadier Gininda ngofakazi bale video leyana ke ngoba ke lapho ke yena ke akanalo ulwazi be video yakho ukuthi ngobani wathatha ivideo bathi kuphi lapha umuntu angasilekelela phecelezi nodaba le video leke bathi ulonge ethwala ke lapho ke bese wabuya futhi wakhuluma ke lapho ke uMnumzana uRamsepili naye ke ngesikhathi bekakhuluma bekahambisana nenkulumo bethule ke lapho ke uMnumzana Mnisi ke lapho ke washo naye washo ocishe kwafana ke ngamashina lokho akhulumile lapho ke uMnumzana Mnisi ke ukuthi ivideo yakhona akasazi ukuthi bathatha nini ke futhi uthatha kuphi ke nendawo futhi ubani okhona ngaphakathi kule video yakhona ke futhi nabantu abamele nomuntu amela ngaphambi kwenkosi enkantolo ke ushilo ukuthi akamazi lo muntu abamtshengisile kule video ukuthi ubani ke lapho ke futhi inkosi enkantolo ayazi ukuthi ubani okhona ngaphakathi kule video yakhona ke lapho ke ekepha uMnumzana uBrigadier Gininda angeke akhone ukukhuluma ngento anganalo ulwazi layo ke suthi isikhangiso sale video edlala imizuzwana ewu34 ke lapho ke futhi washo khona ukuthi udokotela ngesikhathi bekathola amaphepha ke lawo bathola ngelanga la nge-10 ka-October ke lapho ke ngemuva kokuthi le video lesesele bayithathile ke lapho ke futhi ade besola ukuthi video khona bayithatha ngelanga la nge-27 ka-October la kade khona ke ulongo ehamba kahle ke suthi bekangena lutho enyaweni lakhe ke ngemuva ukuthi bathi khona ke la abadubuleka khona ke nangesikhathi lesade kudutshwa lapho kule ndawo lena yesigameko bese waphakama futhi khona njalo ke lapho kuMnumzana lapho unqumalo naye uthi ahambisana ke nenkulumo yabameli abayikhulumile ukuthi uMnumzana Brigadier Gininda angeke akhona ukuletha ufakazi bakhe kumayana nevideo lena ke ithimba labashushisi abakhuluma ngayo ngoba ke abukho ufakazi obuhambisana nevideo okusitshengisa ukuthi ivideo bayithubula kuphi ke nendawo bayithubula kuphi futhi athutshula ubanike lapho ke usho ufakazi obhaliwe ngaphansi kodaba lwesifungo kusuthi ama-affidavit abhaliwe lapho ke ahambisana nenkulumo yale video noma mhlawumbe aphelekeza ke ivideo yakhona la isitshela khona ukuthi ivideo athutshula umuntu othizeni wakuphi nendawo uhlala ngaphansi kwekhilili phike lapho ke wathubula kuphi ke nendawo futhi wakhuluma khona njalo bathi lapho ke futhi washo khona njalo naye ukuthi lapho ke umuntu amele uMnumzana Maphisa uthi naye akayazi ukuthi ubani ke lo mlisa ujakala ngaphakathi kula video lena kusho lo muntu bamthubuleke lapho ke ivideo yakhona ke bathi abazi ukuthi ubani ke leyo futhi akukho ama statement athathiwe lapho ke aphelekeza ivideo lena ukuthi basitshela lapho ukuthi ivideo bayithubula kuphi ke nendawo kanjani futhi ngaphansi kwezimo ezinjani yilokho kade bekhuluma ngako ke lapho ke.
Any response?
As a God please, my Lord. I think it's crucial to distinguish between two concepts. The first one is relevance, and the second one is the weight to be attached to the evidence. And I think what my colleagues have put emphasis on is the weight to be attached to the evidence. But the first hurdle, my Lord, is relevance. Evidence can only be admitted if it's relevant. And at this point in time, the question is whether is the evidence relevant. And we submit, my Lord, that it is relevant. The court has previously referred to Section 210 of the Criminal Procedure Act, which reads that no evidence as to any fact, matter, or thing shall be admissible which is irrelevant or immaterial and which cannot conduce to prove or disprove any point of fact in issue in criminal proceedings. Now, we have argued in the past, my lord, that we have facts that are in issue, and the Latin term that is sometimes used is the facta probandum. And you have facta probantia. You know, those are the facts that you use to prove the facts that are in dispute. Now, you can only lead a fact to prove a fact that is in dispute if that fact is relevant. And we submit, my lord, that the evidence is relevant. And I want to deal with the submission of Mr. Ramsipili that this is Section 3 of the Hearsay Evidence Act is not applicable. And I think that aspect was also touched upon by Mr. Numalo. My lord, the fact is this, you can have real evidence, which is the footage itself, but if you want to prove the contents of that footage, that becomes documentary evidence. And I think that is where my learned friends, with the greatest of respect, miss the point. And once you want to prove the contents of a real exhibit, as I indicated, that becomes documentary evidence. And you can only prove documentary evidence through three means: by calling the author. Well, firstly, the documentary evidence must be relevant. And secondly, you must call the author to prove the contents thereof. And thirdly, you must prove the authenticity of that documentary evidence. And that is precisely, my lord, what the state seeks to do. The court will remember in the olden days when there were illegal gatherings were prohibited. Tape recording is made of the proceedings. Someone would come, a policeman will always come and say, the video will be played, and they'll come and say, so-and-so on that video, it's accused so-and-so, and the person on the video is accused so-and-so, you know. That is when you prove the contents of real evidence. Sorry. Mr. Numalo questioned as to why the state took long to present the evidence. We have, on the previous occasion, my lord, indicated that there's a certain procedure that you must follow if you want to tender evidence from media houses. We indicated, my lord, that there's an agreement between South African National Editors Forum and the law enforcement agencies that you have to follow a certain process if you issue a subpoena. And we did indicate in this court, my lord, that we started this process as far back as December 2024 in securing the subpoena, because the subpoena must be authorized by the National Director of Public Prosecutions, and thereafter the matter then goes to a local magistrate in Boksburg, and a subpoena is then issued. That is the route that we followed in the current instance. As far as the submissions of Advocate Mnisi are concerned, I think we did indicate, my lord, that we're not really pursuing the issue of the dentist any further. I thought the matter will then be left at that. But He also, with the greatest respect, my lord, submit that there was also this obfuscation between relevance and the weight to be attached to the evidence. And I think, with the greatest of respect, Advocate Mnisi was arguing the weight that should be attached to the evidence. He mentioned that Mr. Bailey states in the affidavit that he bears no knowledge of the events. He was in China, but it's not about that, my lord. It's about the authenticity and reliability of the footage, and that's where Mr. Bailey comes in.
Sorry, is he the person in charge?
He's the news editor.
The news editor.
Yeah, he's the news editor at ENCA, under whose custody the material is archived. And again, to deal with the issue that was raised by Mr. Ramasipil as well as Advocate Mnisi about the fact that this evidence that can be of no assistance to the court, except if Mr. Longotwala is called. Well, two submissions in this regard. Firstly, a matter is decided on direct evidence or also on circumstantial evidence. And there's nothing that debars Brigadier Gininda if he can identify a person on a video to state as to who that person is. We've just been through that exercise, my lord, with the photos, where the witness would look at the photo and state what they can observe on the photos. That's perfectly permissible, my lord. But as to the question as to why the state is not calling Mr. Longotwala, my lord, the state doesn't have to call every witness whose name appears on the on the list. If at the conclusion of the state case a witness is not called, it's up to the defense to call that witness. We therefore submit, my lord, that the footage is relevant, and we have sketched the background as to why it is relevant, the proposition that was made by Mr. Mngumezulu, and that it should therefore be admitted as evidence at this point, subject to the proviso that we've mentioned in subsection 3 of the Evidence Act, my lord. This is as far as we can take our submissions, my lord.
Yeah, but just for fulsomeness, the court has still got to decide, I'm with you, to decide whether it is in the interest of justice. Is that not a supervening ratio in the
Yes,
in
well,
section 3?
Yes, well, if for whatever reason that witness is not available, the court then can, in the interest of justice, decide to admit such evidence.
But still, the defense can argue that that evidence is prejudicial or it is not in the interest of justice. Is that not so?
Well, they can do that,
Yeah, fine.
but that will be at the end.
That's it.
Yeah, at the end of the case,
Of the
you
case,
know,
yeah.
about the weight that should be attached to the
Yeah, fine.
evidence. But at this point, the question is the evidence relevant?
And as far as Longo is concerned, if the state doesn't call him,
Well,
the law says you must advise the state
The defense,
defense
yes.
that you're not going to call him, and then the defense can use him if they
Yes.
want to.
Yes, indeed, my lord. That is the legal position.
Yeah, but my interest, okay, fine. Are you through?
Yes, I'm through.
What is the status of this Exhibit SE, Mr. Mnisi? The report of the doctor, what is the status?
Thank you, Madam.
Because I hear you arguing about evidence.
Yes.
So I want to know, what is the status of this document?
I requested that should be admitted as an exhibit, and it got admitted as SE. We have to hear from the state whether they are disputing the content of this report, in which event, then in our case, when we conduct our case, if we actually come to that stage, because I've got a strong feeling that we'll never even get there, we will then try to decipher whether or not to call this witness, my lord.
Which
But
one?
I haven't had an indication from the state that they're
No, the state
disputing the
wanted to call
content.
the Dr. Ali. Did you want to do that? Yes. That's why I'm asking.
As I've said, my lord, Dr. Ali
Is
is
your
a
witness?
witness.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah, they can't
Yes.
get away from the fact that Dr.
Yes.
Ali is the defense's witness.
Yes, my lord.
But you see, you have presented a document
Yes, my
by
lord.
Dr. Ali.
Yes.
It was not handed in through the evidence of Dr. Ali. Are you with me?
That is so, my
That's
lord.
it.
Yes.
Now, as far as this court is concerned, this document is not before it. Am I correct? Because this is Dr. Ali's document.
No, the document is provisionally before court, my
You
lord.
didn't say that. You didn't say that.
I thought the court would
No, no.
basically be very proactive in that
I'm aware
regard.
of
my lord.
everything.
Yes.
That's why I say it's different if Dr. Ali makes an affidavit.
Yes.
I'm a doctor, blah, 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 and he hands it in.
Thank you, my lord.
But as it is, what is the status of this document?
It's not a train smash,
Is
my
it
lord.
evidence? It's admissible evidence at this stage?
My lord, the document contains issues that were put to the witness relating to the teeth. Yes.
Whose evidence is that? Dr. Ali's?
No, that was the evidence of Mabasa.
Yeah, fine.
Yes.
And how do you counter it? By presenting this document. I heard you say to the witness yesterday, in your layman's opinion.
Yes.
Fine.
Yes.
Okay, I'll make a ruling, but I'm just making you aware. This document has not been properly handed up
Thank you, my lord. Thank you.
because that's not a way to hand up documents.
Thank you, my lord. Thank you.
Yeah, and then the other thing, Mr. Ramosepedi, you're saying it's not in the interest of justice for this court to view the clip. It's not in the interest of justice. Or actually you're saying the Evidence Act doesn't allow that.
My lord, I'm interpreting.
Let's start here. Does
Yes.
the Evidence Act allow such a procedure?
My submission is that it does not, my lord.
It does not.
It does not.
Which section is that?
Section 3,
Read it.
subsection.
Yeah, read it.
Your CPA. You must put on your specs if the right is too sure. Where is it? Yeah, section 3, subsection 2, 3.
I find it.
Yeah, my eyesight is bad. It says, my lord, section 3, sub 3. Hearsay evidence may be provisionally admitted in terms of subsections 1, sub B, if the court is informed that the person upon whose credibility the probative value of such evidence depends will himself testify at such sorry, my lord, my eyesight is bad. Will himself testify in such proceedings, provided that if such person does not testify in such proceedings, the hearsay evidence shall be left out of account unless the hearsay evidence is admitted in terms of paragraph. What paragraph is this? No, I can't see. In terms of
Page.
Paragraph A,
H.
small letter A
Yeah.
of subsection 1.
Yes.
Yeah, what does it say? That's paragraph H, subsection.
Let's just comment. That's a comment. This is a comment.
You don't have a CPA. Sub H. This page, yeah.
Doesn't it say if it's in the interest of justice, this court can provisionally allow that evidence? And subsequently, if that witness doesn't turn up,
Then it's
then
not
the
possible.
court can revisit.
Yes.
Yeah, so where's the prejudice for your clients?
My lord, the two riders are, the court is quite correct. The one rider is the interest of justice. The other rider is the probative value. What probative value does
I don't know.
this evidence?
The state will have to argue that. I don't know.
That's the other thing, my lord, that you are not told the probative value. Hence, in my submission said it doesn't help the state.
But I take it the
to
state,
argue hearsay
the state won't just call. This judge puts it like this.
I'm sorry, my lord.
I said that the judge putting it, you don't call a motley of evidence for the judge to see what to do with it. If the state calls any evidence,
Yes.
it must be for a specific reason. So when Mr. Baloyi or Dr. Sibanda call evidence before this court, it must be typified by the fact that it's in pursuance of the case we are dealing with.
I understand the court, but my lord, why will that then be inadmissible evidence?
Which evidence is inadmissible now?
If the court says they are bringing each and every evidence to court for a particular reason, there's some of the evidence that's been ruled inadmissible, but they brought it anyway.
Yeah, sometimes you do rule it out.
Yes. But my lord, as well, before I finish on this point, Advocate Baloyi addressed the court on relevance, and it's quite correct. But if we go to, the cases on relevance, Kurtz, Zuma, Torpedo on dog attacks and dog tracking, whatever, we are not saying that the evidence is not relevant,
What are you saying then?
my lord. There's a distinction.
Because the state is basically saying, wait, that evidence is relevant. And now you are telling me we are not saying that evidence is not relevant.
My lord, it's how evidence is procured and brought before court.
He says he's got a subpoena which he has served in terms of an agreement apparently which the South African police have with the news agencies.
Yes.
So that's how he says Bailey comes into the picture to authenticate.
Because the other misnomer that I heard, my lord, from the response by my learned colleague was that this is documentary evidence. But if we read the two Balekas, where Van Dijkhoff clearly says we mustn't confuse video footage evidence with documentary evidence, because on the latter, which is the video footage evidence, the best evidence rule does not even come, because you can introduce a copy if, for instance, the original has been lost, as long as also it can be authenticated as to originality. Authenticity goes only to weight, my lord. So we mustn't, according to the Balekas, that's what it says. That's the court pieces, my lord. Those are my submissions.
Yeah, having listened to the submissions and the counter submissions by the state, by the defense, I'm of the view that if the state argues that the evidence which it wants to lead now is relevant, then this court cannot deny the state to lead that evidence. Because the defense, in any event, if it feels it is prejudiced, they can cross-examine on the basis of the evidence being inadmissible. So consequently, the application is granted.
As the court pleases.
As the court pleases, my lord.
besho khona njalo isinqumo sekusenkantolo mana lodaba abameli beligigida futhi uhlangana nethimba labashushisi ke lapho ke lethi uma ngaba ke ithimba labashushisi libona ukuthi kufanele ukuthi balethe ufakazi lobo abafisa babuletheke lapho ke ithimba labameli benu kulithola isikhathi esisanele sokuthi zeni babuye futhi ke babuza imibuzo mayelana nofakazi lobo isihlangothi labashushisi ababulethayo manje ke lehambisana nethimba labashushisi thizini ithimba abashushisi ke bese laqhubeka ke lenza lo letha lofakazi lobu bafisa ukuthi babulethe.
So we didn't take the normal short adjournment. Are we proceeding or are we
What
going
time
to?
is it now?
It's 11:25.
Yeah, let's come back at 12. No? Sorry, at quarter to 12.
examined Brigadier Gininda on certain aerial photos that depicts the precincts of Vosloorus police station, and the relevance of these photos, my lord. Well, firstly, the person who took the photos will be coming to testify. Unfortunately, he's on leave at the moment, but we'll be calling him. The purpose, my lord, is to deal with the proposition that was put to Brigadier Gininda that his first meeting with accused number 1 on the 30th of May, 2020, was at, as Advocate Mnisi put it, at a secluded spot or obscure place. I think he used the word secluded, obscure place, and that on the date of the pointings out on the 5th of June, he was taken to the same place where he was assaulted at this secluded stroke, obscure place where he was assaulted. After being booked out at Villera police station, he was taken at the same spot that he was at on the 30th of May 2020, then assaulted before the pointings out were made on the 5th of June 2020. The photos were made available to my colleagues, and would like to deal with that proposition during the examination of Brigadier Gininda, my lord. I don't know if my colleagues have got any submissions in this regard.
Yeah. Any submissions?
As it is the court, my lord.
Objections or whatever? Yeah.
The issue, as far as we are concerned, my lord, it was closed. Remember, the court made an order that arrangements should be put in place for inspection in loco.
It's not closed. As I understand it, they say these are aerial photographs. Is that
Okay.
so?
That's correct.
That's how I understand English. Aerial photographs.
We have not received, my lord, a feedback on how far those arrangements for inspection in loco are, because
fine.
I understand this to be a substitute of what was supposed to take place in the inspection in loco. That is just number 1. Number 2, I've taken issue with my client on the photos here. He says he can't see what is happening in those photos. Thank you.
Right? Mr. Ramsipili?
My lord, I've got nothing to add. Mr. Court cases.
No, Manu?
My lord, thank you.
Okay. Yeah, as I understand the application, it's not for an inspection in loco, it's for
No,
viewing of photographs.
Yes, it's not
Aerially.
yes, it's not a substitute. You know, it's just for the purpose of leading.
Okay.
And as to what the accused says that he can't see what is happening, Brigadier Gininda will take the court through the photos, my lord,
Okay.
and they'll be explained to the accused.
Who's the photographer?
It's
Is he a policeman or what?
yeah, he's a police officer. my lord.
Okay, if he's a police officer, fine.
He's a warrant officer, Munakedi.
Munakedi,
Munakedi, yes.
from Germiston.
No, he's from the National Crime Scene Management in Pretoria.
From Pretoria.
Yes.
Okay, fine.
Thank you. Right, my lord. We'll then start with the ENC footage, my lord.
futhi okujobelela ke kwinkulumo ke ethimba labashushisi ke lapho umnumzana Advocate Baloyi kade asho khona njalo ukuthi khona ke izikhangiso zezithombe ke zindayo lapho ke duze nase Vosloorus police station angathanda ukuthi umnumzana Brigadier Gininda bese akhulume ngazo ke bese waphakama umnumzana bathani abakuthi zingakhuluma ngale zithombe lezo ke ngoba uthi ziye umnumzana usibiya akazi lutho futhi akaboni lutho abatshengisayo kule zithombe lezo ke washo futhi ukuthi bona lapho kade bekhulumile phecelezi nodaba lokuthi inkosi enkantolo kumele ukuthi sihambe siyobona le ndawo lena ke kade bekhuluma ngayo mana nodaba lomhlangano oqala ke la kade khona umhlangano kade khona umhlangano phakathi komnumzana usibiya futhi nomnumzana Brigadier Gininda ke lapho ke manje uthi esuthi sibone izithombe lezo ke futhi umuntu othola ithombe lezo warrant officer Monakedi oqhamuka lapha National Crime Scene Office la ePitoli. Yamanje wathi bodlala isikhathi isikhangiso sevideo ngala bese siyabona ukuthi kwenzakalani kule video yakhona ke.
Brigadier Gininda, the video footage is going to be shown, after which you'll be requested to comment if you have any.
Noted, my lord.
Bacala ukuthi bawubhekeke Gininda abuke ivideo yakhona bese akhuluma into mangabe unento angafisa ukuthi ayikhulume.
It's a very brief video. We'll just ask that it should be played again.
Yes.
Brigadier Gininda, there's a person depicted on a video with a cap and wearing jeans. Are you able to recognize or identify the person?
That is correct, my lord. It is Mr. Longwetwala.
Wathi khona ke umuntu otshangakalayo ke kule video logqoke ke cap kena ke futhi nesikhindi sejini kena ke wathi ufakazi ngabe uyakhona yini ukubona umuntu lo na athi yebo kunjalo ke uyakhona ukuthi ambone athi ulongwe Twala.
Can you tell the court how you know Mr. Longwe Twala?
Bacela ukuthi utshele kusenkantolo ukuthi ngabe umazi kanjani ke umnumzana ulongwe Twala.
I've met him, my lord, during the course of the investigation, and the last time it was when he was consulting with the state advocate at the DPP's office here in Pretoria.
Athi wahlangana ke ngesikhathi lesi kade besenza kusesha kwecala ke labo ke lapho ke futhi obe wahlangana ogcina ehlangana naye wahlangana naye ngaphakathi komofisi wabashushisi ke lapho ke la ePitoli.
The state is going to request that video footage be handed up as an exhibit, the Exhibit 8. Now, there's also on the video footage, there's a...
The state is requesting, we don't object to that, but the state needs to be very specific. Is this a provisional handing in of the video or what?
Well, my lord, we have already addressed the issues. It's subject to the footage being confirmed by Mr. Bailey.
So what is it, my lord? Is it a provisional handing or what? Because in law, we don't have something like, in the hearsay evidence that the state referred to, we don't have something like subject to. So we want to know if it's a provisional handing in of the video or what. That's all what we want to know, my lord. We don't want a lot.
No, as I listened to Mr. Baloyi,
Yes.
the certificate of authenticity is going to be deposed to or to be handed up through the ages of Bailey. Am I correct, sir?
Yes, indeed, my lord.
That's how I understand evidence.
Yes.
Bailey is going to say, I am a coach of Kaizer Chiefs. I was there when Rata Mokhatling lost his eye. That's all he's going to say.
Yes. Indeed,
Yeah.
my lord.
masingacela lapho ku-advocate balo ukuthi-ke i-video footage inkosi enkantolo iyamukelela phambi kwayo njengofakazi noma njengombukiso ebufakazi.
So is it we want to know, is it provisional or final?
Well, my lord, it will be final once the authenticity thereof is confirmed.
Okay.
So if Advocate Mnisi wants us to use the word provisional, yes, indeed, my lord.
Okay, fine.
And it's also just shown on the screen.
Sorry, and Brigadier Kininda can be cross-examined on that.
Yes, yes,
Video.
indeed.
It's evidence, although it's provisionally admitted according to you.
Yes. Right. Brigadier Gininda, there's also on the footage, there's a lady that's depicted there. Are you able to recognize the lady?
That is correct, my lord. That is Miss Zandi Kumalo.
Bathi khona-ke kule video footage umnumzane ubrigadier Kinina khona-ke usimama ngabo uyakhona ukumbona into yosimama ukuthi ubani kathi yebo kunjalo-ke athi uZandi Khumalo.
There's also a vehicle depicted on the footage. Are you able to identify the vehicle?
Indeed, my lord, yes. It is a vehicle it's a BMW X6 that was belonging to the deceased. It's his vehicle that he had then.
Bathi khona-ke lapho-ke imoto khona-ke ngabe imoto lakhona ukuyibona yini athi yebo ngakhona ukuyibona-ke athi imoto yakhona i-BMW X6 kade-ke imoto-ke kamufi-ke leyo.
And are you able to comment regarding the movement or the gait of the person that you've identified as Mr. Longotwala?
Well, yes, my lord. He seems to be walking fine, contrary to what was put to me, that he may, or that where I was told that he was limping and there was a shooting and on the ankle. So that's what I see on the footage. It's not an indication of someone who sustained an injury, particularly a bullet wound injury on the ankle. I don't think someone would walk like that, in my view, my lord.
Bathi uyakhona ukukhuluma ngendlela lo muntu ahamba ngayo khona ke sikhanyisa sevideo athi yebo nakhona ukubona-ke lapho-ke athi kepha-ke kunodaba la nodaba lokhu ukuthi mayana nenkulumo abamtshela ukuthi lo muntu lakahambi kahle-ke uyisiqhwala-ke lapho-ke athi cha ayikho lento leyo mayana nendlela ufakazi abone ngayo lo muntu okhona kule video lena-ke athi umuntu oyihambela kahle-ke futhi ongaqhwali uma ngabe ehamba.
As an investigative officer in this matter, are you able to identify the house where the footage is depicted?
Indeed, yes. That is the house, the 1335 Kutano Street, the crime scene, my lord. That is the house where the deceased was shot, and that is the house that belongs to the Kumalos in Fostoras.
Bathi mina nomuzi okhona-ke lapho-ke ngabe yakhona yini ukubona athi yebo-ke ngakhona-ke ukubona umuzi olapha-ke eKutano Street lapho-ke number 1335 la umuzi komndeni wakwaKhumalo la kwadutshulwa khona-ke umufi bese washonela khona.
And looking at the contents of the video, are you able to, as an investigating officer, to identify the occasion?
My lord, my understanding, although there's no date there, if one follow the sequence of the events and my understanding of the request that was put to NCA from the state side was that it was a request for the video or activities of the 27th of October 2014. That is now the day in which, that is the following day subsequent to the incident taking place, the murder now of the deceased.
Athi nanoma kule video lingabhaliwe ke ilanga layo ke lapho ke kepha kathi mana nesicelo esenziwa ukuthi ocela ukuthi mana nokuhamba noma mhlawumbe noma mana nezinto ke ede senzeka lapho ngelanga la 27 ka October ngomnyaka 2014 ilanga elama ilanga leli kade khona ngalo isigameko.
So based on that, my lord, I will put then the date of the 27th of October 2014 during the day, because one can see that was during the day and the incident would have taken place at night, according to the docket, my lord.
Athi lapho ke yena ngasho ukuthi ilanga la 27 ke leli kade ithule video leli ngalo ke lapho ke ngoba ke isigameko senzeka ngelanga la 26 ngesikhathi sebusuku futhi lathi kusemini wokuthi khona ubona ukuthi khona ilanga kade likhona ke likhanyisile ngaphandle kade kusemini.
And can you just maybe just briefly describe this person that you say it's Mr. Longwetwala on the video, the clothing, his appearance?
My lord, what I recall is wearing a jean, he's wearing a cap and a long sleeve, some form of a t-shirt. That's my recollection of what I saw on the video. And he seems to be walking, and he's walking actually quite fast than someone who will be walking slow or with an injury. He's moving quite fast on that footage, my lord, on that video footage.
Bathi cela ke ukuthi bawubhekete industry mana nesikhangiso ke salomuntu okhona ke ngaphakathi kwe video lena ke ukuthi ngabe mhlawumbe umuntu ogqoke inke lapho ke ingubo zakazigqokile bathi umuntu ogqoke isikhindi sejini ke lapho ke ikhepu kuyena ke futhi neskipa ke lapho ke iside lapho ke la ezandleni zakhe ke athi futhi umuntu othakala ehamba ke ngogijima noma mhlawumbe ngokushesha ke futhi akahambi njengomuntu olimele.
The t-shirt, my lord, the long sleeve t-shirt, it has blue stripes, like it's blue on the arms and grey in the body, back and front, my lord.
Athi ke malana nodaba lolu lesikipa sigqoke umuntu na ke athi sinembala emibili ke athi la ezandleni zakhe umuntu esimbala oblue bese la kusona ke athi simbala ogreen.
And the cap is black with white markings in front.
Athi bese ke kepa egqokile ke kepa lombala omnyama ke futhi baqaphe ngombala omhlophe la kulona ke.
That's the description of the clothing, my lord, that I'm able to see.
Athi zona ke ingobo lezi angakhona ukuthi sitshele ngazo ke ayibonayo.
Now, what would your comment then be on this proposition that has already been placed on record, that was put by Mr. Mngomezulu on the 28th of August 2024, page 11?
So is that now the proposed?
Yeah, I will just show you the extract of the proceedings of the 28th of August 2024, page 11.
Bathe khona kusicelo lapho senzeka ngaphambi kokusenkantolo ke ngelanga la nge28 zaka August ngonyaka 2024 phakathi kwenkulumo eqhamuka lapho ke kumnomzana Ngomezulu bathi manje ufakaza ngathanda ukuthi akhulumeni wena nodaba lolu olunkulu.
From line 20.
Bathi kumuqa kwamashumi amabili ke lapho ke.
You can maybe just, for the purpose of the record, you can just read that again in the record.
All right, my lord. So it starts from Mr. Mngomezulu. All right, let me put this version to you. According to those witnesses that I do not want to disclose at this stage, 3 shots were fired. 1 shot is the one that caused injury to Zandi on her leg. The other shot is the one that Longwetwala shot himself on the leg while they were struggling for the gun. The third one is the one that shot Senzo Meyiwa, but I am not mentioning them according to the sequence of how they happened. I mean, all these 3 shots, they caused injury to Zandi. The one was stuck in the ankle of Longwetwala, and the other one is the one that shot Senzo dead. Do you have any? Then it says intervene, my lord.
Ade efunda ko wabubheka mina mara nodaba lonkulumo elasicelela lapho kumuqa was 20 lapho amashumi amabili ke ngelanga la nge 20 zaka August 2014 la khona kade khona ke inkulumo eqhubekayo kumnumzana uMngomezulu athi alright athi kepha ngiyakutshela ke lenkulumo hlangothi lenkulumo ke ukuthi ke khona abofakazi ngeke abakhulume ngamagama noma abasho kulesikhathi lesikade ekhuluma lenkulumo ngayo ke athi lapho badubula ikhathi ezintathu mhlawumbe amahlandla amathathu ke lapho ke ukuzana inhlamvu yoqala ke lapho ke iyona ke limaza uZandi lapho ke onyaweni lakhe ke bese ke enye futhi ke lapho eyalimaza khona ke uLongwe ngesikhathi kade benquzulisana ngesikhathi esikade noma kade besukulisana ke ngesibhamu leso ke bese athi esithathu ke iyona ke yadubula lapho ke uSenzo kepha ke thina akasho ngendlela isigameko esenzeka ngakhona ke noma izinto ezenzeka ngakhona ke lapho ke futhi waqhubeka washo khona njalo ukuthi lapho ke uma ngabe ekhuluma kanjalo ke akasho ukuthi ukwenzeka ukuthi ngale ndlela akubize ngayo ke athi lapho ke khona uZandi walimala onyaweni lakhe ke futhi uLongo uthwala usalimala onyaweni lakhe ke lapho ke bese ke lapho ke uSenzo washona ke athi ngabe uzwile bese kwakhona phazamisa athi khona ke lapho.
Yes, my lord.
What is now your comment, having seen the video footage and the proposition?
Yeah, my lord, it doesn't correlate. If one, with greatest respect to the late Mr. Mngomezulu, if one has to take into account what he's saying, and one has to look at the video footage of the person who may have shot himself, according to his version, the previous day, it doesn't correlate. But it doesn't end there. Maybe you must explain. It doesn't end there, my lord. I'll narrate on the others.
Umnumzana babubrigade yakininda mara nodaba lwenkulumo yaqhamuka ikhulumeke wasele washona kathi ngokukhulu kokuhlonipha lo sele washona ke baboMngomezulu ke emana nenkulumo ekhulumile kulo daba lolu kade ushicelela la ngaphambi kungosenkantolo uma iqhathanisa naloko akubonile ke lesikhangiso sale video athi akahambisani futhi uzobuya asho zathi zakhe kungani kungahambisani athi lo muntu le video wathi nge-27 bese sigamisa nge-26 athi umuntu odutshule nge-26 angeke azahambe njengalomuntu ojengala khona ngala.
Now, my lord, in this quote that I just read now, a mention is made of witnesses whom Mr. Mngomezulu says he will call. Now, insofar as the docket is concerned, and I'm basing this on the docket because I don't have anything else, it's the docket and it's the investigation. The people who were in the house with the deceased, all of them disposed a statement, and none of them says Longwe Twala shot himself while he was struggling with the deceased. None of them. And I'm talking about the people who were direct witnesses and with the deceased when this incident took place. None of them are saying something contrary to that, and none of them did not dispose an affidavit of what they saw on the day of the incident.
Athi-ke laba qhumeke ngabofakazi la angawabizile amagama wabo ke lapho ke umnumzana Mngomezulu ngesikhathi baqhumeka inkulumo yakhe ke lapho ke kepha umnumzana Brigadier yakininda uyakusho khona kokulandelayo ukuthi emalana ngesikhathi sakhe senza ke ukusesha kwecala futhi aphenya athi okuqukethwe ngaphakathi kwedocket athi akukho lababhale khona ke ukuthi uluzana umnumzana uLongethwala wayidubula onyaweni lakhe ke ngesikhathi athi bejijisana ke ngesibhamu ke lapho ke futhi athi bonkana abofakazi ade bekhona ngesikhathi lesi ade senza ke udlame lo ade senza isigameko phakathi kwalo muzi ke athi babhalile ke statement zabo futhi nabo ngaphakathi kwe statement zabo ke athi le nkulumo le yakhulunywa umnumzana uMngomezulu athi ayikho ngaphakathi kwe statement zabofakazi ade bekhona ngaphakathi walekhaya nakwakhumana.
And that, my lord, include Mr. Longethwala himself. His affidavit speaks of the intruders, not him shooting himself or fighting with the deceased.
Athi futhi kukanjani nenkulumo eyakhulunywa ke umnumzana uLongethwala ngesikhathi lesi kade bhala ke affidavit yakhe ke lapho ke athi abantu abadubula lapho ke igebengu yena akakaze asho ukuthi nawayidubula onyaweni lakhe.
Now, the closest people closer to the witnesses who were inside the house, my lord. And when I say people, I'm referring to the witnesses who then witnessed some commotion during the commission of this offense are the Ngashes who were next door, who were the next door neighbors of the house. That is now the Ngashe senior, and in my recollection, it's his son. Even then, my lord, nowhere do they say they saw this commotion. And I'm moving from the point of witnesses because what I'm struggling to find, my lord, or to make sense of is who will this witness be? Because the people who were inside the house, none of them are giving this assertion. The neighbors, and that is now the Ngashes. And once I'm done with the Ngashes, then I will go to the people who were sitting outside the house who saw people running out, and I will go into the issues of Magaleng without having to repeat my evidence, my lord. None of them are making this assertion except to give an indication that there may be intruders. Now that makes it difficult for me to understand as to where will these witnesses now come from, because everyone that was closer is accounted for and they are giving a version of intruders, my lord.
Athi ke lapho ke uma ngabe qhubeka nenkulumo yakhe khona ke abahlala eduze nakhona kwalomuzi lana ke lapho ke athi lapho ke kudaba lwabo ke lapho ke udaba lwabo labahlala eduze komuzi wakwakhumalo ke lapho ke athi umndeni akwancasheke lapho ubaba khona futhi nengane yakhe ke lapho ke athi naba bakaze bakhulume ngale nkulumo yakhona lapho umnumzana ngomezulu ke noma bahambisana nenkulumo yakhe ayikhuluma lapho ke athi nabo lapho labo ke bathi wangena lapho ke igila mkhuba mhlawumbe igebengu ke lapho ke ngesikhathi lesi kade senzeka udlame lolu noma mhlawumbe ngithi isigameko ngesikhathi kade senzeka lapho ke athi futhi uzohamba mara nodaba lofakazi lobu anabo ke ngaphakathi edokhethi noma ufakazi owakuthola ngesikhathi kade sesha icala leli ke lapho ke athi ngesikhathi kade athatha ama statement wabantu labo akukho labakhulumile phecelezi ngale nkulumo le umnumzana umngomezulu akhulume ngayo ke athi futhi uma ngabe ekhuluma ngabofakazi bakhe ke lapho ngabe abobani ke abofakazi labo kade azama ukukhuluma ngabo lapho umnumzana umngomezulu ke ngoba abanye kade bekhona ngaphakathi kwalomuzi lana ngesikhathi kade kusenzeka ke ngithi isigameko lesike yilaba yinakhuluma ngabo athi ibona ama statement wabo futhi bonkana abakaze bakhulume ngale nkulumo ubaba umngomezulu awayikhuluma.
Further to that, my lord, the blood samples of blood that was found at the crime scene, because subsequent to the shooting, the forensic team were called, that is now the LCRC, insofar as the managing of the scene. Now, blood that was found at the scene, after the analysis, what we have, that blood is linked to the deceased. There is no indication that there is a blood that is linked to Mr. Longetwala, or rather a blood of a person that is unknown who may have shot himself. I mean, if one look at, for example, the position of where the deceased was shot, he was shot on the chest, but his blood was found in the scene. If one looks at the narrative or the version that has been given by the late Mr. Mngomezulu, Mr. Twala shot himself on the ankle. So for me, logic dictates that that is closer to the ground. So some blood would have been found, particularly, you know, that he was around here for quite some time, including the giving of the statement. But there is no blood, my lord, that was found at the crime scene, which indicates that it belongs to Mr. Longetwala, or it belongs to an unknown person if it's not in the database, in the database, my lord, of the forensic team.
Athi ke lapho ke ngesikhathi ngemuva ukuthi kwenzeke lapho ke isigameko lapho ke kwakukhona abantu abafika ke lapho ke abantu baqhamuka lapho ngaphansi kwese forensic ke lapho ke ilaba abathatha imizimba noma mhlawumbe ufakazi ukuthi bekhona ke lapho ke athi abantu bakhona ke khona ke igazi abalithatha ke lapho ke ngesikhathi ukuthi uqeda uthatha igazi lakhona ke lapho ke bese bahamba kusha ama test wabo lapho ngesikhathi usha ama test ke lapho ke kulolu gazi abalithola ngaphakathi kwalomuzi ke kuigazi lelo baqhumanisa ke negazi la kamufi ke losele washona lapho ke futhi asho kanje ukuthi umufi wamdula wadutshulwa esifubeni sakhe ke lapho ke wathi manje malana nenkulumo kababa umngomezulu awayikhuluma yena ke ukuthi olokuzana uLongetwala wadutshula lapho ke onyaweni lakhe ke bese shuthi inyawo lakhe inyawo lomuntu vele seduze ke nalaphansi ke manje kuza kanjani ukuthi igazi lakhe lingatholakali kule ndawo lena ngaphakathi kwalomuzi ngesikhathi kade senzeka lapho isigameko futhi nangesikhathi ade behlola lapho kabakaze bashuthi igazi lakalongo nomhlawumbe igazi lomunye ke umuntu ke lapho ke athi manje lokho kuyamdida ukuthi kuza kanjani ukuthi wabongumezulu akhuluma ukuthi lapho ke lokhu akukhulumile manje nodaba lokuthi uLongetwala wadutshulwa naye ngesikhathi ade kusenzeka lokuphikisana kwabo noma kade besukulisana ngokuthi isibhamu lesakade sihamba kanjani kuphike le ndawo.
My lord, what we also have is that, and I'm pointing these issues, you know, I don't want to prolong because some of these issues I've placed them on record, my lord, so I don't want to be seen to be repeating my evidence. But what we have also in the investigation that we uncovered is that after the incident, Longetwala drove the VW Polo, I mean, that is red in color, to the hospital. As much as I'm not a doctor, my lord, but the difficulty I will have to understand is how do you drive a vehicle using your feet with injuries. But what we have is that vehicle was driven from Phosphorus. It ended up in the hospital, and there was a movement of it driven by him. But even then, my lord, taking it further, at the hospital, there is no indication of people who were there or someone coming up and saying, I saw Mr. Twala, he was limping, or the doctors tried to attend to him because they saw an injury. There is no such assertion, my lord, and that is where now the medical assistance, I think for someone who's been shot, might have seeked. Or even if it doesn't seek it, I don't think nurses who are actually trained and mandated, to attend to such, they will see somebody with injuries because there would have been blood. That's, for me, that's common sense, my lord. And they just leave him. It doesn't get attended. There is no such statement of anyone making such assertions. But even when I went back later, when this assertion was given, to try and get records as to whether was Mr. Longo Twala treated by that hospital, and statements are given. I think I dealt with them, my lord, in the docket. There is no such record, my lord, at that hospital.
Ate futhi lapho ke ufuna ukuthi mhlambe ake amoshe isikhathi lapho ke kepha uma khuluma maphecelezi odaba kwalongo ethwala ukuthi yena kwadutshulwa lapho ke athi kumdida ukuthi longo ethwala kwahamba lapho ke ngesikhathi bashayela ke eVW Polo ke lapho ke eqhamuka kulele khaya lela ngemuva ukuthi kwenzeke isigameko lapho ke ehamba esiya esibhedlela ke lapho ke athi ngesikhathi bafika esibhedlela futhi kuza njalo ukuthi umuntu olimele abese eshayela ke imoto ke lapho ke futhi ulimele ukuziqhwala ke umuntu esakalimele kuza njalo akhone ekuthizini ashayele umuntu usagcina efika ke esibhedlela futhi ke athi nifuthi ngesikhathi kade senza ukuphenya ucala lakhe ngemuva ukuthi bakhulumele inkulumelo nakhe athi ke wahamba lapha esibhedlela ezama ukuthola noma esesesha noma ephenya ukuthi ngabe ulungu ethwala empeleni nangeqiniso wayelimele yini ngesikhathi sakhe lapha esibhedlela athi futhi awekho amanesi awamtshela lutho ngodaba lolu futhi azikho statement ezabhalwa ngelutho ke malana akunalutho olukhona oluqukethe udaba lolu futhi sikhona lapha ama statement abonesi ke lapho ke athi futhi mangaba kuyiqhwala futhi alimele futhi efuna igazi ke nakho unyaweni lakhe ke athi abantu bokusebenza esibhedlela bebangeke bangamnika usizo lokuqala bebangeke bangamnaki ke bebezomnaka bese bamnikeza usizo ke lapho ke athi naye kepha wadidwa ilinkume ekhulu lapho kumnumzana ngoMezulu ukuthi ulongo ethwala ngalimele kepha athi ngesikhathi baseshicala lakhe lapho ke akunalutho oluqhamukile noma oluvilile olutshengisa ukuthi ulongo ethwala kade alimele.
The sort of Brigadier Ginina, the vehicle that you referred to that was being driven by Mr. Longo Twala, the tracker records thereof have been handed up before this court. Do you remember if the tracker movement show if he returned to the scene on the night of the incident? On the 26th of October?
I think you may have, my lord, in my recollection. And what I do recall is that the tracker report, if you follow the movement of the car, and that is why I'm saying I know that the investigation revealed that he was driving that vehicle. It's in line also with his cell phone, going to the hospital, back, and I think going to the side and side of Malbatin, Woodland Vista, where they slept, and then him coming back again on the 27th. The following day, and I think that was the day when they were making statements. Still, even on the 27th now, we're moving now from the date of this in 27th, he was still driving the vehicle. And on this particular day, statements were taken from him, Mr. Longo Twala, and it was commissioned by the police. Nowhere do even the police say, this man came to give us a statement, he was limping, and they saw something unusual. Statements were deposed, commissioned by the police at the police station, but there's no such utterances. This is now the following day, my lord.
Bathi mana nodaba lakuneseka ke le moto ukuthi shala kumnumzana Longo ethwala athi khona ke udaba lama tracking records usithola phansi ke kwemoto la ihamba khona ke lapho ke athi yebo bayilethile ngaphambi kwenkosi enkantolo wathi futhi izahambisana ke nocingo lwakhe futhi la kade itheka ibe khona yemoto futhi ucingo lwakhe nalo kade lukhona ke lapho ke uma saxhumanisa sababhekeka lapho ke phakathi kwama cell phone towers ke lapho ke athi ngesikhathi Longo ethwala ke beka ngemuva kwesigameko ukuthi kukhona la wahamba khona kusolala khona ke bese athi yena ke ngelanga ngethu mhlawumbe khona ke mhlawumbe kwenzeka ukuthi zeni egcine futhi bele emuva kulomuzo okakhumalo noma kulomuzo wesigameko lapho ke athi ke bakhona laba balala khona ke athi khona futhi udaba lo lamafisa ukuthi alikhulume lapho ke athi istatement sakalongo ethwala ke sathathwa abezesiphoyisa noma amaphoyisa ke ngelanga la nge-27 zaka-October ngomnyaka 2014 ke lapho ke athi futhi bese istatement sakho commissioner amaphoyisa ke lapho ke athi amaphoyisa uma ngabe kade ulongo ethwala bekalimele ngokwempela nangeqiniso beyavele bazobona ukuthi yebo lo muntu lo ulimele bese lapho kwazama ukuthi babhale phansi bese bamsizeke lapho ke kepha athi mana nodaba lestatement sakhe akukho la babhalile khona ukuthi kade alimele noma kade kuyisiqhwala ngelanga leli bakaphisa noma babhala istatement sakhe.
In the extract that you've just put on record, names of certain medical practitioners are mentioned. Have you followed up that proposition?
Yes, my lord, yes, we followed it up. One just will have now to go back because I dealt with it the last time I was here, my lord, but we followed up. I think Dr. Mbatsane passed away in my recollection. But insofar as the hospitals that, other than the private hospital where the deceased was admitted, the close by hospitals, also no record could be found. Dr. Mbatsane, I think in my recollection, my lord, passed away, and then, but there were no records that one could find to support such. The unfortunate part is that the doctor that was referred to then, he had passed on, my lord, so I couldn't interview him.
Wathi mayelana nodaba lolu-ke labasebenzi abasebenza mhlawumbe ngaphandle kwesibhedlela mhlawumbe amanesi lapho noma odokotela-ke ngabe khona yini owakuthola athi yebo khona-ke wakuthola xa ukuthi mayelana nodokotela uphathane umbathane lapho-ke kepha ngokucabanga ngakhe ukuthi ucabanga inhlanganisele washona-ke kepha athi umufi bamthatha bamgijimisa kwisibhedlela esi-private futhi isibhedlela esiyimele-ke lapho-ke athi ngesikhathi beka lapho-ke akunalutho olutholile phecelezi ngodaba lolu-ke bese wahamba kwibhedlela ezikhona eduze-ke lapho-ke izibhedlela zikahulumeni athi nakhona-ke akunalutho owalithola-ke elutshengisa ukuthi ulo muthwala kade alimele.
Thank you. If we can then just move to another topic, and that is the aerial photos. My lord, we just beg leave to hand up these photos as exhibit ZZZ in brackets 1. We'll also show them on the screen. Now, Brigadier, when were these photos commissioned? The aerial photos?
According to the date, my lord, they were commissioned on the 19th of June 2025. The time is 09:35.
Athi khona-ke iy'thombe lezi wathande besikhulume ngazo-ke iy'thombe zalendawo lapha eFosloras-ke lapho-ke bese mshushi zacela ukuthi inkosi enkantolo iy'thole-ke iy'thombe lezi manje sebamethulele zona-ke inkosi enkantolo futhi zikhona lesikhangiso lesi-ke kade yibuza ukuthi ngabe iy'thombe zibathula ngaliphi-ke ilanga athi ngelanga lange-19 zakajuni ngonyaka 2025 bese isikhathi lapho-ke imizuzu ewu-35 ngemuva kwehora laka-9.
And the commissioning officer, my lord, is Johann Hendrik Frederick Ras. He's a warrant officer from the National Crime Scene Management, my lord, here in Pretoria.
Bathi-ke umuntu wakhomishina-ke lapho-ke usebenza lapho elokuzana bani athi uJohann Hendricks Fredericks Ras ngaphansi kofisi lase-Pretoria elikhulu.
Who took the aerial photos?
They were taken by warrant officer Monakedi.
Bathi ubani otholeke iy'thombe lezo wathi warrant officer Monakedi?
Now, Brigadier Ginida will recall that Advocate Mnisi, in his cross-examination, put it to that accused number 1, that you met accused number 1 at a secluded spot in Flores.
Bathi ngesikhathi-ke mnumzana Advocate
I never said a secluded spot at Flores. I never said that.
At Gold Spot, in Flores, and that on the 5th of June 2020, he was taken to the same spot before the pointings out were made.
Bathi-ke umnumzana Mnisi khona-ke inkulumo yokhuluma lakho wena ukuthi wena-ke ngesikhathi buhlangana-ke nomsolo oqala ahlangana kwindawo engajwayelekile-ke lapho-ke engasiwona lapho eFosloras-ke lapho futhi ngelanga lange-5 zakajuni ngesikhathi enhlanu kwesibili-ke nabe nahlangana kwindawo eyodwa.
That's another misnomer.
Yes.
I never said the gold at a secluded area at a gold spot. That's a misnomer. I never said that.
As a court, please, my lord. We'll deal with that proposition. If you can just deal with that proposition in light of the aerial photos, starting with...
No, but this is an objection. I am being misquoted. The state cannot say, okay, we'll deal with that proposition, but for now, let us deal with that one. Because state does not have to put an assertion to this witness where I am being misquoted. State must specifically tell this witness what I specifically put to him.
As a court, please, my lord. The first proposition, my lord, Brigadier Gininda testified that he met accused number 1 on the 30th of May 2020 at the parking area in front of the police station. Now, Advocate Mnisi then joined issue with Brigadier Gininda. Well, the first proposition was that he met him at a gold spot in a complex that consists of the traffic officers department, the municipal offices, but later on during the evidence, the proposition was then sort of qualified to say it was at a secluded spot or an obscure place. My note that I have here, my lord, is that especially with regard to the pointings out on the 5th of June 2020, says accused says from Villeria after being booked out at 8:01. He says he was driven in the Qashqai Nissan, and that it was Mukhani, Ngamani, Bongani, and they were accompanied by traffic officers. From Villeria, they drove to Fosslores, where Brigadier Gininda found them with Sergeant Mokhola. At the parking of police station, they assaulted him to pressurize him to agree to pointings out to be done later that day. Say this is the same spot where he was assaulted on the 30th of May 2020. And it is an obscure place. This is my notes that I have, but the original proposition regarding the 30th of May, and that should be on record, that he was taken to this golden spot in the where the as I mentioned, there are these buildings. Traffic department, the municipal area, and Brigadier Gininda then said that this proposition, is being watered down to a certain extent when he gave an explanation, my lord. But say this is on record, my lord. The record will speak for itself.
As it pleases the court, my lord, my only concern is I do not want to be misquoted on what I put to this witness. I am therefore imploring the state to put to their own witness what I put to him.
My lord, perhaps just to avoid this debate, do you remember what the proposition of Advocate Mnisi was in this regard?
Indeed, my lord. So my recollection, my lord, of the proposition, because we went forth and back on it, my lord. The first part, and because there are two versions. My version, and that led to the proposition being put to me, was to indicate that I met accused number 1 on the 30th of May 2020 at Phosphorus police station, the front parking, and that is where I said I met him and the interview took place. Now,
Athi-ke ufakazi mara nenkulumo le kade uthimba ubabekade ambuza ngayo ukuthi ngesikhathi ngelanga lange-30 zakaMeyi ngonyaka 2020 la wahlangana khona-ke hlangana kokuqala nomnumzane uSibiya kukuphike nendawo athi ngesikhathi bekuhlangana kokuqala-ke kumhlangano wabo nomnumzane uSibiya-ke lapho-ke lapho phambili kusakhiwo sesiphoyisa saseFosphorus lapho kuma khona-ke imoto athi ngemuva kokuthi ahlangane naye khona-ke lapho-ke athi kulaqala khona-ke inkulumo yakhe.
Now, my recollection, my lord, is that now fast-tracking to the day of the pointing out now, it was then put to me by Advocate Mnisi that accused 1 was booked from the police station taken to the same spot. Okay, no. Maybe before I go there, my lord, if I can just have a minute, because I want to marry this thing together. The first proposal, my lord, of the 30th, that is the day when he made a confession, and so that is, we didn't argue on that part, except as to whether when we left there, did we first go to Ereton or went to Diepkloof police station. The contention or the point of difference was that, according to accused number 1, he was taken directly to Diepkloof police station, and as said, we didn't. We went to Ereton first, and then subsequently, by constable monitoring, then he was taken to Colonel Mboto. So that is now, that deals with the issues of the 30th of May 2020.
Athimelana mamelana negameko ezenzeka ngelanga lange-30 zakaMeyi ngonyaka 2020 kuwukuthi lapho-ke bathi lapho ngemuva bathi abahlangane khona-ke lapho-ke benza i-confession lapho-ke bahamba bayake lapho-ke eDiepkloof athina cha bakaze bahambe be-Diepkloof-ke naye-ke lapho-ke kepha baqala bahamba baye lapho e-Ereton athi la bahlangana khona-ke nomnumzana uSergeant Mboto-ke lapho-ke.
And my lord, since we're still on the 30th, I just want to refer Advocate Mnisi to the proceedings of the 3rd of June 2025, page 46, and the following is on record. It's from line 5. It's Advocate Mnisi. At some point, they then took off an off-ramp that, according to the township of Vosloorus, are we together so far? Then Advocate Mnisi at line 9. Thank you. Now, as they drove with him, remember this time you're still not there. As they drove with him, they drove to some municipality area that is known around that place as a golden spot or as gold spot. Apparently, it is a complex that houses the police station, the municipal offices. There are also offices of Home Affairs there, also traffic offices there, but it's just a complex. Then they drove to that spot or that area which is known as Golden Spot. Then line 20. Now they then went to a parking there, was next to the police station, where he then got ordered. He cannot remember who ordered him to alight from the motor vehicle, and he can also remember whether it was a specific instruction that he should sit down or not, but he ultimately ended up sitting down. And page 47, line 2 now. Again, they started to ask him about the death of Senzo, and they said to him, still he was not prepared to tell the truth about what happened and the involvement of the Buthelezi brothers. And then it says, around that spot, as he was seated down, one of the Metro Police then put a plastic over his face and pressed his back forward, or the back part of his body forward, so that he could not fall when they pulled that plastic bag over his face. That is the portion that we are referring to, my lord. And if Brigadier Gininda, you can then comment using the photos to that proposition and the allegations that he was taken to the same spot on the 5th of June 2020 before the pointings out.
Yes, my lord. Yeah, but what I want to clear, my lord, perhaps, is that the spot that was mentioned, and that is where I wanted to go to, my lord, that I said we met at the police station. Now, according to the version of accused 1, through Advocate Mnisi, of course, he said the vehicle went to the municipality area that houses these different structures, including the police station. And my response then, my lord, was that this cannot be, because the police station is independent from this municipality. And we went on, obviously, to the issues of the assault. And I want to go to this critical point where I said, where I met the accused, it's an open parking, and the photos will clearly indicate the one in front of the police station that is wide open. I will not understand on the 5th, particularly because the pointing out was done during the day, that how will the police assault someone there without being seen? That is where now the assertion of saying, and I recall vividly, my lord, to say, but police officers are not stupid, they will not assault him openly. It was a hidden spot where they took him. And that's what led to the pointing out where Advocate Mnisi said, no. After talking to accused number one, he doesn't understand this place. Then we need to have not a pointing out inspection in logo. It was coming from that point of saying the place where he was assaulted, contrary to where we met, was obscured or a hidden place. That's my recollection, my lord.
And that's an objection as well, my lord. I think the state, the witness and the state are busy misleading the court. And so far as this, the witness says, Brigadier Kininda, I said I put him to him, that accused person said that then the more of a vehicle in which they went, then drove around and went into. I never said that. I never said that. I never mentioned a motor vehicle driving around. I said he was taken to. And the state has just read an extract of what I put to this witness. So I was hoping that the state, through that extract, will correct what I was calling me being misquoted, but the state does not do that. And it is there on the record.
Yes, Brigadier, I think just to avoid this back and forth, just comment on this proposition that is on record referring to the photos, the aerial photos.
Okay, my lord.
Bathi manje sekelo daba lolu ukuthi sihambe siye emuva lapho ke kuthi umenza Kininda akhulume mayelana nodaba olukhona ke kulethombe lezike ukuthi mhlawumbe angafisa noma ngathanda ukukhuluma achinde ngethombe lezi lapho esithandiso.
If you can just orientate the court on the photo starting with page photo. How many photos are there? Just put that on record.
26, my lord.
Bathi ngabe singake ngithombe ikhona lana kathi 26.
But if one also, my lord, look at the third page, this is now starting from the front, the covering letter. The second one is actually the statement of the photographer. The third page, my lord, it's a key to photograph. So in other words, it described specific, although I will indicate what I recall and what happened on the 30th, my lord. But the key to photographs, in other words, what the photographer says during this aerial exercise, it's actually written there, my lord.
Athi lapho ke amakhasi lawo awutholisisi kepha ke ikhasi lokuqala nelesibili ke lapho kulaba bhala khona ke inkulumo nje elokuzana ehambisana nodaba lolu lethombe lezike. Athi kepha kwikhasi lesithathu kulaba bhala khona ke ngokukhethekile mayelana nezithombe ethize lezi futhi bayichaze khona isithombe lesi sisho lokhu bese nalesi sisho lokhu. Athi uzositshela kabanzi ke ngazo ke uma ngabe selesitshela zona ke isikhangiso esikhona ngalana phambi kwenkantolo.
Yes.
My lord, so the first photograph number one, it's an aerial overview of the police station. It's a bit far, but as we move along, it will get closer and closer, for more visibility. But from the distance, one can see the parking, and that parking is the one in front of this police station. But on other photos, we will be able to see a much more closer look, and one will be able to indicate as to where I met accused number one and where I met him, in front of the police station, my lord. But basically, in short, it's an aerial overview, and what I see is the police station is the parking, the building next to it is actually the court, and as you go further up, this is now towards your right-hand side. That is where your municipal offices will be, the shops will be. That is now, you'll be moving to the direction of the N3.
If you can just use maybe the pointer to indicate where the police station is and different points. You can take the microphone.
Athi mina nodaba losithombe sokuqala ke lapho ke sibakhuluma ngaso ke lapho ke sikhona ke la ngaphambi kwenkosi enkantolo mhlawumbe lemibukiso ithombe ezikhona ke lapho ke athi isithombe sokuqala esikhona ngalapho ke isithombe salapho ke Fosloras ke lapha ke isikhumulo samaphoyisa sase Fosloras athi sise asifelile kahle ngokugcwele lapho isithombe sokuqala ke lapho ke athi futhi khona ke parking ekhona ke la kuma khona ke imoto futhi ziyabonakala lapho ke athi kepha uma ngabe seka sesigciniza kabanzi kodaba lwethombe ke athi class ubona khona nodaba lolo-ke ukhuphuka lapho esandleni sokudla lapho kathi khona-ke inkantolo futhi aduze ne-police station kathi khona inkantolo-ke uma weqala lapho inkantolo ukhuphuka njalo kumgwaqo usehale phezulu lapho-ke athi kula khona amabhilidi wehhovisi kamasipala-ke lapho-ke athi uma hamba ngomgwaqo lo ukhuphuka khona njalo kula khona nomgwaqo omkhulu kathela kawayeka suthi igoka emkhike lapho.
Now, my lord, the parking that I'm seeing relating to the police station is this one. This is the portion, and this main road.
Sorry. Just mark it with your pen. You may number it 1 because it's the first issue which you identify there. The next issue which you identify, you put 2, just like that. Because if you do it with a laser, it will make sense to people who are looking at it here. But if it goes somewhere else,
I understand.
Then that's the red pen.
fine.
Yeah, Brigadier, maybe we can go to photo 3, which is labeled just to make it easier.
Yes.
From
photo 3 onwards. Up to photo 6.
So photo 3, my lord, is already indexed. Photo 3, this is now on photo 3 under index A. It's already marked on the photo. It indicates the hostel opposite the police station, and that's my recollection of this place, because I did mention that opposite the police station there is a hostel, my lord, and that's what is contained now.
sitshengisa lapho ke ihostel eseduze nesikhumulo samaphoyisa,
And that would be this portion, my lord.
athi yona ke le ndawo le kade asitshengisa yona ke manje athi yona ke ndawo yakhona le hostel.
Which hostel is that?
It's not Pasutuni, my lord. I think it's a Mazulini, if I'm not mistaken. But it's not Pasutuni hostel that we spoke about. That's not Pasutuni hostel is further down.
Bathi manje ithini kamela le hostel yakhona ke lapho kathi akuyona ke basutini hostel esikhuluma ngayo ke lana ke ngoba ibasutini hostel iseduze isiphelele isebheni kancane kaningi akawuki mazulini hostel.
Now, B, my lord, indicates the phosphorus spot. And I know from here it's a little bit far, but the photos that will actually have a closer look, where I suppose the helicopter would have gotten closer. So we see this in a much more clearer and closer observation. And it is correct, because that's my recollection, that next to the police station from the main road, there is a phosphorus spot that is still there even today, and it was there then.
Anike lapho ke la kushintsha nake khona la kulekuzla kabili lapho kathi inkantolo sephosphorus lapho kathi lekashilo futhi ngesikhathi esedufaka bakhe ukuthi inkantolo sephosphorus eseduze nesikhululo samaphoyisa esikhuluma ngaso ke.
Now, you see, no, take it. I just want to see C and D. Yes. C, my lord, refers to the police station, and D refers to the municipality area. That is my recollection, but as I said, my lord, this is just the beginning. As we go along, these pictures will become clearer as they get closer to the clearance.
Athi lapho ke kuphuzula la siye sibona kana nesikhululo samaphoyisa ke lapho ke kepha kuphuzula ka gesi sibona ke amahhovisi kamasipala lapho ke athi kepha ke eduze athi inde bantu esikhanyiso lesini kepha uma sikhupha sisihamba sibuka ke ithombe la sibona khona kahle kahle ngogcwele ukuthi ngiyakhuluma ngayo.
Now, in this photo, my lord, this is photo number 4, yes. So, Billman Road, that is Masmalotes Billman Road. This is the road that you would take if you go off or on ramp from the entry. If you're coming from Johannesburg, going to the Phosphorus, this will be the off ramp that we will take. If my recollection, according to the assertion of Advocate Mnisi, if I followed him correctly, when he said accused was put in the car, my recollection is a Ford Ranger, and he saw November 3, and he took the off ramp, the Phosphorus off ramp. If that is how I recalled him correctly, then when you take the entry off ramp, you will be then coming up this way, because entry is further up. You take it, you go off, you turn right, and then you'll be going up, passing the the buildings that I'll talk to until you get to the municipality area, and then subsequently the court and the police station. And one can see clearly, my lord, if you're looking at this Billman Road, you will see further up, there is marked N3. That N3 is the national highway that goes straight to Devon, that is if you're driving to Johannesburg, and vice versa.
Ati la kuma ngakukana na pezi kwa kuna kuna mpako mkulu kana mpako gatela kawaye kana posho entro mpako loke uma ngabo social from kambe bulu sake la pote chini atu ngoto baba ufamuto lo ni musebenza ulanje ngoba kambe chini ukupuka kusiya egula atu ngoba kusikizwa abantu ke loke ngokoka entro.
Now, F, my lord, is a taxi rank. If once you've taken the off ramp, driving towards the shops, the municipality area, the court, and the police station, you would have then passed the main taxi rank. It's on the left. We will also see it closer as we go along. And then that's the main taxi rank I've spoken about. But subsequent to this, there's a mini one where you find the small cars. They just stand on the road, it's called a mapel, I refer to it. But the taxi rank, the main one I refer to, that this is the one. It's structured, it's built properly for taxis, the bigger ones.
Ati la kule point ile prove la F ati la kona ke ile ati ile ile kuna la kile ile kuna kwa ni mama ni Islam makulu ya koke ati manga kuna ngalo kwa kuna na kula kuna kuna ile ile kitsi ile kuna ati kwa kisa ni tsoto na ile ya koke ya koke kuna ile nje ina ya koke eva muti ile ya kuma ile na kushuti kama pela ya koke o ma ya bila kama na kona.
Now, my lord, before I get to D, I want to deal with E because it flows correctly from the entry. Because remember the entry is here, my lord. As you come down with this Durman Road, this will be the taxi rank. There's some building structures that we will find here, but before that, or just after that, E indicates the shops next to the municipal area. So I want to start with E, and then I'll go to D because you actually find E first, as when you're moving from the direction of the entry, you will find E. Then D, according to this marking. So it's the shops next to the municipality area, moving to the direction of Katlehong or Phosphorus police station. Then you will find the municipality area, then the court, then the police station. But we're going that sequence. So I'm starting on E instead of D, my lord, because E comes before D, according to the positioning of those buildings.
Atula kutula kona ke itori za endingo za shuke eseduze nisakhiwo samahhovisi kamasipala lapho-ke athi futhi ungakuthola kakhulu kawayeka kushuku L3 lapho-ke athi ukungena ngesambulisi noma ngomgwaqo oxhumana ongena lapho eFosphorus khona ke njalo uxhumana nomgwaqo kawayeka athi kakuthola khona ke lesakhiwo seyitori lapho shopping complex lawo abantu abavotela benze khona ke imali yokuthenga lawo shoppisha khona.
Now then D, my lord, which is now here. D is now the municipality area, and this is the structure that has a number of buildings, and at times it used to have even the local metropolis. It has its own entrance, and once you go into that entrance, you have to exit. There's one way in, there's one way out, and it houses the municipal areas, and there's some offices which I will not know what they are. But that is the structure that you will find in municipal offices, and it's marked as such, my lord. In that structure, or that building, or that enclosure, my lord, there is no South African police building in there. This is simply a municipality area. It's not connected to the police station. You cannot drive in there and end up at the police station. You go in, you go to whatever office you go to, you need to drive out into this Gilman Road and turn right. That is if your intention is to go to the police station.
Adisona ke sakhiwo lesi samahhovisi kamasipala ke la khona ke ukuthi silekwa khona ke lapha ke sakhiwo lesike athi umuntu yena ke lesango mhlamba sisango lingapha ke athi uzophuma ke lesango lingapha sathi uzophuma sakhiwo singapha ke bophuma ngalana ke la yena khona ke baqola ke Gilman Road yena uqoqo khona ke athi futhi sakhiwo sakamasipala asixhumene nesakhiwo senkantolo futhi nesakhiwo sesiphoyisa isakhiwo sakamasipala ke isakhiwo nje simela athi futhi khona ke amahhovisi kamasipala ke akhona la ngaphakathi kepha ngeke administrative ngogcwele ukuthi iwaphi ke amahhovisi akhona ke ngaphansi kwesakhiwo sakamasipala.
Yes, if you can just go up a bit, I want to see this next arrows. Yes. So my lord, we've already indicated that B is still far, but we will get closer as we go along. That is the Phosphorus Court. And then C, obviously, is the police station. But the importance of it, my lord, although it's still not clear, we'll get it clearer pictures. This is the main road that comes from the entry, which is further up. So one will see that from the entry, if you take the off-ramp, you'll be coming down this way. You'll be passing the taxi rank, these structures. There is another structure you will see clearer. The municipal offices, which is here, independent from the shops. Here is it. Then coming to the court, and one can see that the court is independent from this building. Then you go down to the police station, and one will see later on the clearer pictures, my lord, that the police station, even in the demarcation, my lord, in terms of the wall, it's a standalone building. So you can never mistake the police station to be in the structure or the center of the municipality.
Athi lapho uma sibuka iphuzulu lakabila ake ngobila khona athi lesifosora ke lapho athi futhi kana sakhiwo lapho esimele sodwa futhi asiphumele nisike sakhiwo lapho athi uma soza futhi kunake iphuzulu lakabila lapho ke athi isikhumulo sesipholisa lapho ezona esifosora ke futhi naso ke isikhumulo sesipholisa nakhona ke simele isakhiwo saso aphumele lesakhiwo sikhona ngala sasenkantolo futhi namahhovisi kamasipala lapho ke kepha acacile phakathi emthombolezi ukuthi lezi akhiwo ziqhumene kepha khona umgwaqo khona lapho asho khona iGreen Road lonke athola umgwaqo oxhumanisa umgwaqo omkhulu lapho ke ka-N3 olapha phezulu nendawo lapho ke athi umthombolezi acacile phambi kukhanyile nomhlawumbe athi vele lana azikhanyile iy'thombelezi-ke kepha-ke uma sesiqoqe sihambe sisiyaphambili athi khona nasibona khona-ke mana phecelezi ngendaba lezo ley'thombelezi lapha khona-ke ibhange.
Now, my lord, insofar as the place where I said I met him on the 30th of May 2020, when he was in the Red Court driven by Sergeant Mnisi, it will be the parking here, because the police station is just this building. So in front there's a wall, there will be, which we will see clearer later, there will be a pedestrian crossing, next to it there's that's where the vehicles drive in. So I met him right at the entrance in the police parking, but there are pictures, my lord, which are very, very clear, and I'll be able to show the court exactly where we met.
Mwanza tufakazi uma ngabe sokukala na kile ndalo akade khona ke lokho highlight yakhe khona ke lapho ke athi yona picking khona la kuma khona ke imoto athi la wahlala khona ke ngani la ukuthi ke khona ngaba 2020 ngesikhathi ke hamba uma ngokubuka ke shara lapho sajeni khona athi uma sisiba ngithola izinto ke class khona khona ke ngothathela ba kahle kahle umhlangano wabo kuqala bahlangana kuphinde yena ke ngimuzana.
So God, please, my Lord, will this be an appropriate time to take the long adjournment?
It's 2 minutes plus one.
Okay, just record.
Ngiyacela ukushisa ukuthi manje inkantolo ifaka manje sami sokuthi ukudla kwasemini sesiyabuya futhi ke iyafana kanjani.
Okay, 2 o'clock.
It's basically the repetition of the thing that I spoke about. This is the main road, this Birman Street that goes straight to the N3. Yes. That goes straight to the N3. And then you have the structures, the police station. This is the block A is the hostel. I want to go according to the scheme. A is the hostel. B, which is here, is also as called, it's just in the corner. This is the open parking in this building, is the police station, as I indicated before, my lord. And then C is the police station, as I've said. This. Then D, my lord, will be the municipal offices. So this is what I've said earlier. So one will see that the police station is here. This is now, if you're coming from the police station, from the N3, which is here, you'll have to come down with this Birman Street, passing all these structures before you get to this building, which is the police station. You will have passed the court, the municipal building, the shop next to the municipal building, and I think there's another section of shops as well, and the phosphorus A, which is phosphorus. No, this one is opposite. A is phosphorus hostel, my lord. But before you get to the hostel, somewhere here at the back, there is a picture that will show clearly. There is the phosphorus taxi rank, the main taxi rank that I referred to previously.
I think officers mona usukela ngamakhujana kathiyana ngikho kathiyana wayeka suke no athi mongena kulomgwaqo mawukhona ukungena umgwaqo khona lapho athi Birman road khona ngamara road athi wona ngiyowehla khona lana ngina kathisa na ngomba family road kithi yana kolege ngantora khona ngifuna siyaphakala na ekhonale athi ngiyona khona lapho kepha ngaphambi ukufika enkantolo khona itaxi yenke khona lapho indawo yamatekisi yaseFortora lapho athi futhi nalana into yaseFortora ukufika kasu kepha ngalana kathi emabhilidi kabuka masipala khona ngawo kepha isikhathi sosibhele laso sithola khona ke uma ngabe izinto zihamba sisiyaphambili sibuke ezinye ezithombe ezikhona la.
Photo 6, my lord, is basically the more close up of photo 5. It's more or less the same structure, but it's a more close up. In other words, you could see that the visibility is more clearer.
But you look from the success to find a cloud also does it now as a connected from the sun. This is the way. Put up to the corner starting and this as a system of Islam.
Now, my lord, if I can just maybe move to photo number 9, because the other ones really you just demarcate a wider area, but the same street, but there's no marking. But if one moves to photo number 9, which is highlighted by yellow markings, there's markings, a broader one and a shorter one on the picture itself. Now, this yellow marking, the smaller one, my lord, that is where the phosphorus court is situated. And this place, which is not marked, that will be the parking. Just where the building ends, we will see further on the next picture, there's entrance that goes into this court, which is, one can see, you see the wall also, it's a standalone, and it has its own wall. Going further down, and we'll get to this building, this is where the police station is. These cars are parked in front of the police station, and on a more clearer and visible pictures, I'll indicate where I met accused number 1, Manot, but it will be this parking closer. We will get to the picture that is much more clearer, Manot.
Ati kuna wale nama ndio lenda wale mkini ngomana ilana ba ati ngandolo asefosforas pese ati ngandolo kule fosforas ati isakiwo jisi mele soto ana isakumene msisi zakiwo ezikona na pole ati lana ngakona ati kuna ke imoto emisi echilinda eva muthi ineke imoto ipiki area na kusa kuna ke moto zabantu abangabeza ngandolo nikolesha pese bekhona ke lana ngilobala oyelo omkhulwana kana okwana nana ke kodwa nasendla phezulwana khona ke athi isikhulu sesipholisa sasePretoria.
Just for the purpose of the record.
Sisithola khona-ke uma ngiqhubeka sisiyaphambili futhi mayelana nale ndawo lezi futhi indawo ey'mele futhi ukuthi wahlangana ngophiko nomphikizano usibuya-ke ngesikhathi abehlangana-ke elangeni labokuqala ngelanga leli-30 lakaMeyi ngonyaka 2020.
For the purpose of the record, using point A and B, can we indicate which one is point A and which one is B? I'm sorry, C and B and C. C is the police station and B is the first lawyer's court.
So C is the police station, so this, my lord, will be the police station, and then this.
So that will be point?
Phosphorus police station C, my lord, according to the keynote. C indicate Phosphorus police station, that is C. This is not marked, but according to the keynote, it is C. Then the Phosphorus court is marked as B, my lord, and that will be this building. We can move to picture number 10, my lord. Now number 10, my lord, it's basically the similar picture as number 9, but it's more on a close-up, so you can see the structure much better. This is the court, and the entrance to the court, this is the structure that I referred to. Here there's a gate. If you drive in here, you drive into the court, and then this wall, which we will see here as well on the other side, is what demarcates this standalone building of the court with the police station. Then at the back of the building is the police station structure. Now the parking where I made the accused, my lord, it's here, but I made him closer to where these two cars are parked. Because right in front of where they are parked, there's a small pavement, entrance into the police station, and on the left-hand side, it's where the cars are used to go into the police station. You will get a more close-up picture that will indicate what I'm talking about now.
Athi lana ngenkantolo futhi sikhona-ke khona-ke isango lokuthatha abasebenzisayo nabo sesiye enkantolo lapho kanti khona lana isango lakhona-ke athi lana-ke ibonda lakhona lapho ezona nenkantolo futhi uma kubuya ngahlengena-ke athi yeke ayitshengakali kahle izithombe zifika kwezinye izintombe ulayitshengala khona-ke kahle lapho-ke isathi khona lana-ke ukuzana iphekile khona-ke lapho-ke isangayiphendula nesiye indawo evame ukusetshenziswa abantu uma behamba ngey'nyawo lapho-ke noma ngemoto-ke athi kepha lemonge lana ingena khona la isango lomkhulu khona lana isango sokulayini lapho-ke kepha lenasi imali isango lomkhulu police station kunjalo lapho-ke athi lana ngemuva isakhiwo salapho-ke athi kepha lemodeli zithola kahle lapho-ke zizezithombe khona-ke kepha lapho bekhona-ke lemoto lezi lemoto lezi-ke athi lakhana-kadanisela ahlala khona-ke mshora uqalayo lapho-ke yebo kwendaba yodwana nemoto lezi
Now, my lord, if I can so picture photo number 11 really indicates the similar thing from a different view, but straight from the top as well. Because in photo number 11, is this 11? This 11, though. So picture number 11, my lord, shows basically the similar stuff of what is top. This is the police station.
No.
Sorry, this is the court. This is the entrance to the court. There's a gate here if one can zoom in, my lord. And then here, this is the main road, that Billman Street that we spoke about. And this building is the police station. Now, this is where I met the accused between these two cars, this parking that we use, this accused number 1, because right in front of it, my lord, here, there's a pedestrian entrance into the charge office. And if you come this side, that's where the cars will drive in when they go to the police station. This building, my lord, the structure of the police station, it's a standalone building. There's a wall around it. It's not attached to any municipal offices, as you will see as I go along, because the municipal offices is further up, and there's a close-up pictures of that, my lord.
Athi lesithombe lesi-11 lapho-ke athi indawo imephu yendawo sithobethekhele eduze lapho-ke lana athi vele kahle khona-ke athi lana-ke inkantolo yalapho eFosforus khona-ke lapho-ke athi sikhona-ke isalo bavele basebenziswa lesenkantolo khona layo yakhombe khona indawo khona-ke athi kepha uma ngabe uzana abathi futhi inkantolo izoqonda bani futhi inene yodwana kepha ngabe inkantolo khona ke phela khona lapho-ke indawo ezibathisithiza bona wena hamba ngeenyawo khona lapho-ke athi police station khona-ke lapho-ke futhi police station nayo enesamba layo uma ngabe abantu nemoto-ke khona njalo-ke uhamboolungalana nendawo-ke lapho-ke athi kepha ngesikhathi bahlangana nomsuka wokuqala-ke lapho-ke athi bahlangana duze yona indawo ebenemodulo ezimbili nalaba lapha-ke athi bahlangana khona kule ndawo imali athi ngoba uma ngabe bahlangana kwindawo yakhona lapho-ke athi bongena khona isango elingena police station kushuthi charge office lapho-ke uma befeza emotweni yabo abebhekene nesango elingaphakathi police station la yakhona charge office ungeke police station indibondanayo ngibodwana imele indawo yayo athi uma ngabe hamba ubhaqakhona ngekhonalanga imubake athi kubakhona i-remand road uqamba ngale kumaqondo kuluka endlini athi amahhovisi kamasipala akhona ngalamaphezulwana kepha-ke awajenakali.
Now, my lord, picture 12, it's an illustration basically really of on a model of picture 12, because of picture 11, sorry. Picture 12 is a model of illustration of picture photo number 11, photo number 12.
Athi isithombe sasitholile lapho-ke isithombe esatheleke eduze-ke okwedlula-ke isithombe saka-11 lezi akhuluma ngasokuqala.
And then if you go to photo 13, my lord. Now photo 13 is a close-up. This building, my lord, is a police station. Now in here, and if one looks at the album really, the visibility is much clearer than the screen. But if you look here, this is a police station. This is a small portion, sort of like a pavement in front of the CSC, the charge office. This is the wall of the police station. Here, there's an entrance. If you look at the pictures in a close look, I think you'll be able to see the actual hard copies. And then you see they are parked in front of this wall of the police station, my lord. Now my position when I met the accused on the 30th of May, my lord, with inside the VW Golf would have been around this parking, the first two parkings, my lord, because he was in the VW Golf and I was driving along. So we utilized this parking in front of the entrance of the police station, my lord, so it would have been here. And it's much more clearer on photo number 13, photo number 14, you can see the clearly because actually cars. So the first two cars, my lord, you can use them as the marking points because it relates to the first parking that is now from the left going up. And then in front there's a pedestrian entrance where people will be going in and out. And then on the left-hand side of the structure, that is where the cars, police cars, or someone wants to drive in will then utilize to drive into the police station.
Okay, let's talk about this. Let's talk about this kind of this. I think that's an opportunity to follow the outlook of the at more, that's a kind of packet of what we call for the sort of at what kind of complaint that is such as the same in tomorrow when you're going to Konagi son of Konaka London party is a case of police. Your partner giving me a Konaka Lapote, a Bessanati Bonda and Konagi Bonda is a queue, as a police station. At Yanaka San is so many pull out on the police side in many of his now banging as we come to buy, none of our buying, we are police station, over the time of the city of San Luciano and Paparati de Konagi. At the foot in Jalo, it's to be
Is it possible to maybe make a mark where you met the accused number 1 inside the red Golf?
Yes, I can do a mark. Should I make it on the hard copies, my lord? I can.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
So atapenda lapho kasana ngisholo qala ngesikhathi nganaphakathi kwemoto othi ngisholo qala ukuthi ukuphila
All right, my lord. So I've made a marking on photo number 11 because it depicts the spot, my lord. Photo number 12, photo number 14. Sorry, let me just go back, my lord. So it's photo number 11, not photo number 12. So it's photo number 11. The next photo is photo number 13 that shows the meeting spot. Then the next one is photo number 14. So it's 3 pictures, my lord.
Isithombe esithathu la khona-ke umbhalo wakhe-ke lapho-ke isithombe sokuqala ke enze khona umbhalo-ke isithombe sesi-11 bese sesibili-ke lapho-ke isithombe ses-13 bese sinesithombe ses-14 athi kula khona-ke enze aqaphe khona-ke la wahlangana khona-ke nomsolo oqala ngesikhathi behlangana.
I'm showing your colleagues photo number 11, where there's a mark made by the witness, Kininda, and photo number 13.
Correct.
And then the other 14.
14.
So it's 11, 13,
And 14.
and 14.
Correct.
Mr. Numaro and Mr. Ramsey, do you have the markings?
Yeah.
If you don't agree with them, please.
No, we've seen the markings, madam.
Yeah, just to say, this witness's markings
Yes.
are these. Not that you agree with it.
As the court pleases, madam.
Should you just show the court?
Even me, I want to see them. Eleven, okay. Also, kitty carrots in. 11. These guys, eh? 12. Get 12 in. 11, 13, 13. Where's 13?
Bottom left.
Yeah, okay, I want a bottom left. Okay. Bottom left. 13. 16. Right, and then 14. Right. Okay, so are you saying, in other words, there's a clear demarcation of the building of the police station?
Yes, my lord. Very clear. It's written, you can't miss it.
And then there is on the left, you say there's a gate.
Yes, on the left.
Is it a pedestrian gate?
No, in front of where we are parking.
Yeah, you can see the cars there, yeah?
Yes, now in front of the cars is the pedestrian entrance.
That's it, I see it.
And on the left, it's where the cars are driving into the police station. So the entrance for the cars is on the left. In front of the cars is the pedestrian entrance going in and out of the police station.
Okay.
And that is the matter.
Phambi kwemoto lezike kula khona-ke khona-ke indlela umgwaqo khona lapho-ke wabantu bathi babawusebenzisa bangena ngaphakathi seziphoyisa nanoma bephuma ngaphakathi kuzona-ke kepha-ke esandle sokunxele athi kula khona-ke imoto ziyahamba khona-ke ezishayela khona-ke uma ngabe zingena ngaphakathi kulesakhiwo ziziphoyisa nanoma ziphuma bese kukhona lendawo ukuthi bani khona esandle sokunxele.
There's a red mark there, encircling the first two cars.
Yes, that is correct, my lord, indeed. Now, in front of it here, if one looks closer, especially on the hard copies, you will see the structural evidence that shows that it's basically an entrance, my lord, eventually for pedestrian. Then on this side is the entrance for cars that will take you to the back, because this part, if I may, my lord, this part, it's the inside of the police station at the back. That is where now You will find detectives because they are sitting in this building, and then you'll also find the police barracks in this building and some HR, personnel for the police station. But what is of paramount in this picture number 11? If one paramount importance is that if you look where I'm showing you this highlighter, there's a wall all the way, and then it's coming up this way. All the way covering the side of the court, but between the court and the police station, one can also see the wall. And here is it even in front. So there's a wall all around the police station, which confirms the part that I've said that the police station is a standalone structure. It is not associated or linked to the municipality area or a golf spot or a G spot, whatever that, sorry, my apologies, a golf spot that was given to me earlier.
Athi ufakazi khona lana ke uma umuntu akazokwethe izithombe ezikhona lapha ke maphakathi kwalamakhasi akhona ke phakathi kwemikhiso lapho ke athi khona ingwala nalapho kuthina ehamba lapho athi mangabukela ke ndathi ingena ngaphakathi kwesakhiwo sesiphoyisa ke uma ngabona hamba ngenyawo enginela noma futhi iphinde iphuma ke kepha khona ngalana kwehlangothi khona ngalana sanesokunqandela lapho ke athi lapho khona ke ngelisabo izinto imoto lapho uma ngaphakathi kwesakhiwo sesiphoyisa athana ke ngemuva lapho khona amahhovisi abaseshi amahhovisi abaqashi sistema HR officers lapho abasebenza ngaphakathi kwesakhiwo sesiphoyisa athi lana ke ngemuva khona ke ibonde khona ke ngemuva elahamba ngala eceleni sikuxhumana nebonde lana ke inkantolo ke uma ngabe kathi ibonde lana ngemuva lehlangene ke lapho ke kepha khona ke ibonde khona lana phakathi lesakhiwo sesiphoyisa futhi inkantolo isikubona lona ke insurance phakathi khona njalo ke lapho ke inkantolo futhi police station kepha khona ke ibonde lezi ezimbili labahlangana khona ke yena ke nomnzana okusiminyaka lapho ngesikhathi ehlangana engaphakathi kwale moto ekuyile golf lapho ke bese ke ndabeqaphile ngombala obomvu ke lapho ke athi yonke la ezisizwe ngabantu ngenyawo bengena ngaphakathi isakhiwo sesiphoyisa.
Are you able to give an estimation of how high that wall is, where you met, the one that appears there, the entrance, where you met accused number 1?
No,
next to the
I can't estimate, but it is high enough. So it's not a wall where you can see through. In terms of my height, if I'm standing, it's quite high. But the entrance is always open for pedestrian, and the one for the cars is always open in terms of access. But the wall in front, in my recollection, it's quite high. I don't think you can just peep over. It's not that long.
Ase kuze ukuthi abe ibonda ubude bebonda bungangani ke lapho ke athina ke ibonda lebonda ngoba yena nganakhona ukuthi abone nani kwalo ukuthi kunani ke lapho ke phakathi nekasho ukuthi kuyibanga kanti kuyibanga zamanitha ukuthi mhlawumbe kuqala phansi ngakuphansi phezulu ukuthi lifika nangani ke lapho ke kepha athina ke abengakhona ukuthi abone nani kwalo bona ungathini inyawo zakhe lapho ke.
And then photo number 16, my lord, there's a yellow triangle or marking, my lord, and that refers to the municipality offices, as indicated previously. So in other words, if you look in this building, my lord, that is now, in other words, now we are moving away from the police station because the police station is there. This is the parking that I referred to. And then this building, if one looks closer to this building, in relation to the previous photos indicating the court, one will see that this is Kosora's court. This is the main road that is marked as Birman Street. And then this, because it's clearly highlighted on the other side, is actually the municipal offices. And that is how I understood the version of accused number 1 being said. He was driven into this municipal area, and inside there was a police station and other offices, and that is where it is alleged that he was assaulted and immediately. That's how I understood it. Hence I said, this structure, in my understanding, there's no police station. One can see the police station is over there. There is no police station in this section of the municipalities. But as we went along, and as we go along, then I'll also indicate the shops that I referred to next to this municipal area.
Athi ufakazi uma ngabe sesibuka linda emaki abaqaphela ngombala oyilo lapho ke isona-ke sakhiwo samabhilidi kamasipalanga lapho-ke kepha athungabe umuntu abazabuke kahleke lapho-ke athi kule ndawo ekhona-ke lana-ke athi inkantolo kepha-ke kusho ukuthi umuntu sekahambile enkantolo futhi sekahambile e-police station uma ngabe sekabuya futhi ehlangana nani nesakhiwo sakamasipalanga athi lana-ke ngemuva khona nomgwaqo omkhulu lapho i-Bhilima Road lapho-ke athi lana-ke iyona-ke ikhipha lapho e-police station-ke bese lana-ke athi sakhiwo nesipholisa kusho ukuthi yena-ke athi indlela umele layeleka ngayo-ke ekuthizeni kulawo ahlangana khona-ke njengomusuka eqala-ke lapho-ke athi kule lawo athizeni kamasipala-ke athi ngawathi akuhlala khona alendalo kade khona i-station ngaphakathi kuyona-ke kepha athi isikhumulo noma isakhiwo sesakhiwo sesipholisa asikhona lana ngaphakathi kwamabhilidi kamasipala-ke ngoba singaselana phezulwana nje sithombe lesike bese khona-ke lana-ke bese inkantolo malana-ke mawuhamba umgwaqo usehla khona njalo-ke athi kawuhlangana khona-ke amabhilidi ukulikozana kamasipala-ke athi kulabaqaphe khona-ke ngokubala.
So in essence, my lord, what I'm saying is, if you are coming, let's say now you've taken out the entry offering, either from Devon or Johannesburg direction, you'll be coming from this direction. There are pictures that are closer to the offering. Now, before you get even to this, because if you're coming from the entry, taking the offering, you'll be coming from this direction, meaning you'll be driving up this way. Before you even get to the municipal offices, you would have passed the shops next to the municipal offices, which we will get to, and some buildings, including the taxi rank on the left. Thereafter, you will get to this. This is now driving towards Katlo Home or towards the court or towards the police station. So you take the offering, you go under the bridge. If you're coming from Johannesburg towards Phosphorus on this main road, you will pass then the shops that we will deal with, my lord, and then get to these municipal offices. This will be on your right, driving to the direction of Katoras, Katlehome, and to the court. Then after you pass these municipal offices, the next building you will see is the court, which is situated here. Thereafter, in front of the court, there is the parking. Then adjacent to the court, there is the standalone building of the SAPS, my lord.
Juma ngakusela before Phosphorus mhlawumbe siqhubeka eThekwini nomqhamuka ngeGoli athi indawo oqala ozondlula-ke ile ndawo enezitolo khona lapho shopping complex leyo-ke athi ngaphambi kwesakhiwo lesi samasebhilidi kamasipala-ke athi khonapho kuhlala khona-ke ney'tolo eziningi zahlukene lapho-ke bese kuyafika khona-ke kuludlu kamasipala-ke mawuqa khona-ke ukuhamba ukukhuphuka ngomgwaqo ukuhamba kungena ngaphakathi-ke bese ngivula inkantolo-ke ngaphambi kwento khona-ke ipekile khona-ke bese phakathi kwekade isakhiwo sesipholisa-ke esikhona-ke lapho-ke athi manje uma ubona lapho-ke kunakuthi umuntu ungecela cala ngaphambi kokuthi ufike lapho ecourt bese uvula inkantolo-ke egcina ukuthi isakhiwo sesipholisa. Athi futhi lezi zakhiwo zonkana lezi ziyimele ayixhumene nezinye izakhiwo.
Now, my lord, if you go to, if you may go to picture number 16. If you look at picture number 16, my lord, the yellow markings encompasses or includes, or rather, marks the buildings that are within the municipal building or environment, my lord. So this circle, my lord, what is termed when you use the entrance to go into the structure, it's where your municipal offices are. Then next to them, we will see on the next picture, which is much more clearer. These are the shops are referred to next to this structure to say there are shops in this place. I think there's even shop right there or something of that nature, my lord. But next to them, there will be then the parking and the entrances of the shop. We will see on the next picture in terms of this structure of the shops and the entrance. But what is of importance with picture number 17 is that what has been circled here or marked, that is the area where the municipal offices are situated, which cannot be mistaken to be next to the police station.
It's actually picture number 16, the one that you're busy with.
Yes, it was picture number 16 that I was busy with, this picture. One can see clearly, if you look at what has been circled here, it's not even closer to the court because you can't even capture any side of the court. So even this, and one can see, my lord, suppose if you look at the pictures, you'll see clearer that also it is fenced. There is a marking around it, and that shows how is it marked. It does not include the court and it does not include the police station as well.
Ati lesithombe lesi 16 ke lapho ke. Doc. Simanda.
Yes, picture 17.
Display the picture number 16 so we have
Oh, sorry.
gentlemen. Ati lesithombe lesi 16 ke lapho ke athi isona ke noma indawo enoma lapho kwayilo lapho ke athi yona ndawo enamabhilidi kamasipala letona engaphakathi ati futhi uma kuyona ke lendawo kamasipala lapho noma nathi amahhovisi kamasipala ke athi inkantolo ayivelile noma ukhulu kwenkantolo ukuthi indawo lapho ke kepha athi lendawo futhi leyo indawo abayivalile lapho ke futhi bayokhele lapho ke zebe indawo evalekile naphakathi kwendawo eyodwa ukuthi amabhilidi kamasipala wonkana nanabe atshaka abasitshengisa wona ke lesithombe lesi 16.
Now, picture number 17, my lord, is basically the mod goes up of the municipal building, the structure. Because if you look from the top, you see it's similar to this. It's just that it's a mod goes up of it. And one can see that there is a road here, we will see closer, that it leads also to some shopping center or some shop. But here on the left, that is where now the close up of the municipality area with some buildings around it.
Athi lesithombe se-17 isithombe sokusakhela eduze lapho ke samabhilidi kamasipala ke futhi khona la ndawo encane ke esandleni sokudla noma ngabafuna lana kwingqoqona ke athi khona ke izitolo ezikhona la eduze lozana namabhilidi kamasipala emhlabeni lo shop sikhona futhi naso ke lana kohlangothi olunga.
Now, picture number 18, my lord, shows it's taken in a different angle, but when we get to picture number 18 and 19, it will be more clear. But this is an overview of the shops next to the municipal area in this. But if you go to the next picture, which is 18, sorry, that will be 19, my lord, to clarify.
Isithombe ses-19 isithombe seyitolo ekhona lapho kade futhi sona ke esivizile indawo eneyitolo zonkana lapho kusenemabhilidi kamasipala.
Now, picture number 19, my lord, as well as 20. So we start with 19 now. So this section that is marked, that is triangle, my lord, those are the shops. If one looks at the picture, you can, especially picture people go to, you'll see here, there's even a marking of shop right, that is 18. But in here, this is now this road, this street, is the Birman Street that comes from the entry, that is marked as Birman, coming from the entry, going this direction towards the municipal area, the court, and then the police station. So in other words, as I'm giving this description, my lord, we are moving away from the police station towards the entry. So, but if you are coming from the direction of the entry, you will get to these shops first, and then you will get to the municipality area, then you will get to the court, and only then you will get to the police station. So we are moving towards the entry, we are moving to the opposite direction.
Athi lesithombe sesibili lapho esikhona-ke lapho sithola lesithombe seyitolo zalaphana futhi khona isitolo sama-shoprite esibhaliwe lapho ngumbhalo ukuthi shoprite lapho-ke athi ngaphambi kokuthi kungcoqo khona lapho athi manje lo uqoqo khona-ke athi ungabe futhi uqeda ungena nje ugwaqo wayeka athi uzoqala uhlangana nalo-ke yilona leli lalapha leyitolo ekhona kwendawo zaPretoria lapho-ke athi futhi ziqhelele kusho ukuthi zisekudeni kunesakhiwo seziphoyisa futhi nesakhiwo sasenkantolo sama-professionals.
Yes, my lord. So that's that. So in picture number 20, you will see there's a marking there, my lord. I think if you look at the hard copy, it's much more clearer that it shows that these are shops. This is the entrance. Then on the left, that is where now the municipality area is situated. And this, my lord, really relates to the point that I made, I think, at some stage when I was cross-examined by Advocate Mnisi, when I said, for me, I was not there, obvious, when he alleged that he was assaulted prior, because there was a time where it's alleged that he was assaulted before I arrived, and then at some stage when the plastic was removed, then it's alleged that I was there. But in response to that, my lord, I then made mention of saying, but there are a lot of people there, there are shops, so I would have expected people to come in and so forth, so I would not understand how will people commit this offense in front of people. And the response I got in that was that from Advocate Mnisi was to the effect that it was during the COVID time, so it would have been quiet. But the point that I'm going to, my lord, is that in response to that, when I said there were shops next to the municipal offices, this is what I was referring to. That this is the municipal building, and then these are the shops I was referring to. Yes, so if you may then move to picture number 21. So picture, is this 21? Yes. Now, so if you look at picture 21, my lord, so here this will be the municipal office, sorry, the shops, my lord. In here, because this is Goodman Street, somewhere there's a bridge. We will see those up there. Going that way, yes. And then somewhere here, my lord, court will remember that I've indicated that next to the shop there's a place where you get the small taxis. I even mentioned the name called Amapela. This is where they will congest, because further up there is now a main taxi rank that I referred to. That will be on the right, which I'll indicate that in this spot, this is where now you find this small taxis called Amapela. And if you were here and you were to turn left, my lord, this is now, this road will be the road coming from the police station, this meaning away from the police station towards the entry. If you get to this intersection, there are robots. If you turn left, going on this road, this is where the crime scene, this road will take you to the crime scene. You just have to drive up all around, get to the BP area and turn in. That is where now the crime scene, this 135 Kukwamang Street is situated. If you turn left, right coming from the crime scene, you'll be going toward the police station. If you turn left, where the arrow is pointing, you're going to the N3. So what I'm saying, my note, is that here, this is where, and you can see even on this photograph, the are cars parked there. This is the small cars, taxis that we call Amapela, because they don't form part of the main taxi rank, the big minibuses. And then if you go that way, in there's a building. In my recollection, there's some activities. I'm not so sure maybe there's shops or what, but there is a building. Then opposite, there's a big phosphorus taxi rank, which we will get into on the next photos.
kepha kumangabona ukuthi ungaqolana kubuya futhi khonakala nakanake uma ujika efake esandleni sokudla yakhe nasehlangothini lesikhumulo sezifundisa futhi nenkantolo kepha kumangabukho khona njalo-ke athi khona-ke lana-ke isakhiwo esikhona-ke lapho-ke kusho isakhiwo selenki encane-ke leyo-ke ilenki yamatekisi amancane esho ukuthi-ke lawo amaphela-ke mahayefuna-ke ngegama elijwayelekile lapho-ke ilenki yamaphela athi kepha uma ngabe kuhamba umgwaqo-ke khona njalo-ke athi kula uhlangana khona-ke nelenki yamatekisi amakhulu lawo-ke mhlawumbe fana namatekisi afana nalana omakhwanjana noma bama-super 60 kepha-ke athi khona ngalana-ke uma ngazohamba khona njalo-ke athi khona lapho khona-ke nesakhiwo lesi futhi nesinye isakhiwo selenki eseduze naso kepha nathi ilenki encane yamaphela-ke kepha mojika ngapha njalo-ke ulazana khona sakhamethini lesikhumulo seziphoyisa kepha uma khuphuka lana emarobhothini ujika ngesakhe sokumele athi kulaya khona-ke lapho kuqomo street la kusho ukuthi le ndawo yesigameko umuzi wakwakhumalo.
So, my Lord, if you can proceed to photo 22. So now photo 22, my Lord, is marked according to the key notes, according to the photographer, my Lord. So this is Birman Street, as I've indicated. It's marked as Birman Street. That is the road that goes to the police station. So if you move to this direction, my Lord, you are moving towards the police station, coming from the N3. So in other words, if you take the off-ramp, be it that you're coming from Johannesburg or from Devon, you'll be coming from this direction, meaning driving up as the arrow is showing. And then you will then get these buildings. Then E, it indicates that there's these buildings before you get even to the shops next to the municipalities. This building is these shops, as they are marked there, my Lord, that says shops next to the municipality area. And then F indicates the main taxi rank, my Lord. We will see more clearer on the next picture because it's more clearer. But this is the main taxi rank that I indicated that as you drive to Fosoras, it will be on your left as you drive in. But even it, my Lord, is prior to you getting to the police station. So you're driving up, you get this building, you get the shops, you get the municipality building, you get the court, then you can then descend to the police station, my Lord.
Athi ngofakazi mangabonela ngomgwaqolana ngenzansi ukukhamba ahluphi ukuthi ukukhamba mhlawumbe eThekwini nomkhamba ke eGolide kepha mongena ngomgwaqolana ngakubona kwaqoqa imakhe lona kungena ngawo-ke lapho-ke bese ngalana-ke esandleni sesilaka kade sishisa khona-ke athi itaxi rank enkulu lapho eFosloras-ke lapho-ke amatekisi amakhulu-ke kwenjalo-ke ngomgwaqo-ke lapho-ke udlula ibhilidi leli khona lapho ley'tolo-ke lapho-ke mawuqeda udlula ibhilidi ley'tolo khona lapho bese ngalana-ke abamakhe khona le-i athi lamabhilidi nesakhiwo-ke lapho-ke sebhilidi kamasipalati lapho-ke athi futhi umgwaqo-wona ubona umgwaqo weBrimani lo-ke oxhumana nawo-ke noqhama lapho umgwaqo omkhulu kathela kawayeka ka-N3 athi futhi mawuhamba ngomgwaqo-wona usengakaqhamuki e-police station neze athi itaxi leli lakhona-ke lengakhulunywa ngayoqalisa isasandleni sokumele-ke uma uqeda ungena ngalomgwaqo-khona-ke weBrimani lapho-ke kepha mawungena ukhuphuka uhamba ushayela njalo kumgwaqo-khona-ke athi lapho phambili kuyawuhlangana khona-ke nesakhiwo sezesipholisa futhi nesakhiwo sasenkantolo.
Now, photo 23, my Lord, refers to this building that I spoke about before you get to the shop next to the municipality area. And one can see that N3 is marked. So in other words, this is the N3. This one, just before this, because the N3 north and south is demarcated, yes, it's demarcated by, I may be wrong about the directions, my Lord, in terms of the geographical pointing, but the one that is going to Johannesburg, it's demarcated to the one going towards Heidelberg and Devon by these trees. There are trees that are planted in between. So it will be one way up towards Johannesburg, one way down, still N3 towards Devon. Now one will see that this is the N3, and somewhere after you pass this, unfortunately the photo does not show it, my Lord. There will be an off-ramp. That is, if you're coming from Johannesburg, then you will then turn right, go under the highway, then you'll be coming up from this direction, passing this building, passing this street, passing the shops next to the municipality, passing the municipality itself, passing the police station and then the court, and then driving into the police station. That is now the direction from the entry, my Lord.
athi noma ngabe umgaqoka omkhulu kathela kawayeka usukhethe umgaqoka lapho-ke athi ungaba ukuthi uma ngabe phosphorus mhlawumbe uqhamuka lapho egoli mhlawumbe uthebulile lapho-ke athi kepha umgaqo kodwa kumele ukuthi ungene isandla sakho sokudlala lapho-ke athi uma ngakho isandla sokudlala kulawuhlala khona athi ubona-ke umgaqo wakhona lapho-ke bezodlala nesakhiwo sekhensile lapho irenki yamatekisi lapho-ke athi yona lena khona yamanje athi wahamba ngokubhaboshara athi kulandula khona ezinye izakhiwo eziningi izakhiwo ezenhlolo izakhiwo zamabhilidi kamasipalane maqhubeka khona umgaqo uhamba khona usashayela ngawo-ke bese ugcina ufika ngapho ezivula enkantolo apho enkantolo athi lakhona khona izakhiwo zezipholisane athi basitshengisa khona leyo nto lena athi laba abakhepha nabantu yelo athi yona leyo accident khona lapho-ke.
Now, my lord, picture so 24. It's a close-up of the taxi rank. One can see, my lord, that these are the quantums. You can see in the pictures of what they found when they choose when they set this album. This is the main taxi rank that I referred to say you never pass going to the direction of the police station. And opposite it, so between the taxi rank and this building, this is the German street that drives towards the police station from the entry direction, but it goes further up to Boxburg, Dal Park, all those areas. But anyway, coming from the entry, my lord, you'll be coming down this way, passing the taxi rank. It will be on your left if you come from the highway, passing this building and then going further to the buildings that are indicated. So photo 24 is showing the taxi rank from this. My recollection, my lord, some shops, I just don't recall what they do, but it's some business enterprise, this building.
Actually, the offers, Nana, that come from Kuku, and collection of our head, actually, look, Naba Mumbala, Yamaka, pocket, I think the Kokona, the Remand and Apoke, the Parati, the Flores, the Tom Chicken Napari, Epamoya, and I had to be a pseudo Hamu or Demand for Chile. No fear of one of the issues of the post bearing and opinion about it. Capatilla, no car, no Okamana, no more times I know, no more like when I go on again and the lap of on a book or simply remind it is again as a professor city at the great excellent pocket. It takes the Yamapanta, Genova, Chanaka, and Tony City, which Konama takes a meal or Chitama takes where about these and what Yamapanta in the pocket. Yes, and I is one to the air. Kwa kofi primani road in a pocket, at the corner door is the corner in a pocket. A coffee to the in a pocket, but now you told me not a Konasana, and I said, but this is
Now, if we can go to picture number 25, my lord, it then shows basically in three, as I indicated, that one direction is facing Johannesburg. The entry highway, and then the other direction is towards Devon, basically, passing Heidelberg, Villiers, all those areas, my lord, rather to Devon.
I just told me this is going to be a manager to come from the Telegraph, also to the road. I didn't have what you were going to be later than I get a good year. Basically, I wanted to go to the biggest son of the TV, not to the Telegraph,
Now, here, my lord, one will see that, so this is where the entry was, and that one will see that once you've taken the off-ramp, you'll be driving this direction towards now the police station. And this is where your phosphorus taxi rank is situated. This is the building that I spoke about. Then you will find the shops next to the municipality. You will further up, then after that find the municipality building. You will then find the court, and then further up, then you find the police station. So if you're coming from the entry, my lord, this is the direction you will have to take. So you find this building, you find the shops, you find the municipality, and all the structures, they are clearly demarcated, my lord. You don't, so in other words, there's no one entrance where you go into and find all these different structures of the court, of the business enterprise, or even of the shops. They are clearly demarcated, sort of they are standalone type of buildings.
I tell you, Father, as you have got to the city, and this question I'm out of this country, so the city, at least told Mr. Rampana, lapho-ke bese khona ke-orange umgwaqo omncane ongeni ofethana nangefotorasi uhamba ngaphansi komgwaqo omkhulu kathina kaweka ubhuqo khona lapho uqamba khona lana-ke kushuthi ibhilomani road kelenani athi uma uqeda ukweqathiwe ngapho ngalana-ke esandleni sokumele athi into yokuqala ehlangabezana nayo kushuthi isakhiwo saserenki ekusilengilenali athi bese ngale eceleni kwayo kathi yile sakhiwo sezitolo lakhuluma ngasukuqala-ke uma uphinda futhi uhamba ushaya ngomgwaqo amahamanyeni lomgwaqo khona lana wasebhilomani athi lapha phambili uhlangana khona-ke lamasipalati bese kuney'tolo khona lapho duze nakhona-ke iy'tolo zaboShoprite futhi lezinye iy'tolo zakhona-ke uma uqhubeka futhi ubhaqo uhamba khona njalo selapha phambili futhi ugcina uhlangana nenkantolo futhi nesakhiwo sezipholisi.
Now, the last picture, my lord, which is picture number 26. F is steady marked, my lord, and they can note that it is indeed the taxi rank. This is now becoming, it's basically the illustration of what I referred to, coming from the direction of the M3. This is the taxi rank. This is the building opposite taxi rank. There is some business enterprise. You can actually, on this picture, you can see that there are even cars in front of it and some package of some sort. That is now from where I am, I can see it's even much clearer on the pictures. But this is the street, Marcus Gilman Street, driving or going to the direction of the police station in Asabes. It's the two-way traffic, so you can go that way towards the police station or drive back towards the N3. Meaning now, if you drive towards the N3, you can either take the on-ramp towards Johannesburg, coming just after this building. If you're going to Johannesburg, you'll take the on-ramp. If you're going to Durban as well, you'll take the on-ramp to that direction, man. That is the last photo, my lord.
Thank you, Brigadier. If we can then move to a different topic regarding the photos that were downloaded on the memory card of case number 2. They've been handed up as exhibit DD4 in brackets A.
Wathi khona-ke iy'thombe abayibekile ngaphambi kwenkosi yenkantolo-ke ngaphansi kwemibukiso ka-DD4 wathi iy'thombe lazo zikamnumzana-ke uNhlanzi okumsolwa wesibili lecala leli.
And Warrant Officer Ndlovu has already testified about these photos.
Bathi khona-ke njalo umnumzana Warrant Officer Ndlovu sekele akhulumile ngofakazi bakhe noma sekulethile ufakazi bakhe malana ney'thombe lezi.
And it was put on behalf of case number 2 that she admits the photos, that it's him, and as well as how he looked like, his features.
Bathi lapho komsolo sibili uvumile ukuthi iy'thombe lezi-ke ngezakhe futhi ngendlela ahlangana ngayo kulezi iy'thombe lezi.
And this is to deal with the proposition that was made to Mr. Tumela Madlala. This we see on the proceedings of 8 August 2023, page 13.
Yes, my lord, I'm
If you
following.
can just put that on record. It's line number 14.
Athatha ufakazi manje kafunde mayana nenkulumo kade beyitshela umnumzana uDumelo Madlala ke la ngaphambi konke senkantolo ke ngelanga lange 8 zakaAugust ngomnyaka ka2023.
So, my lord, the proposition that is now Mr. T. Madlala, and it's dated. So the court case number is CC67/2020, and it's dated 2023 0608, my lord. And then so that is line 14, Mr. Ramsepile. Now accused 2 instructs me that he has never had this beard here. In fact, he does not grow on him, and he has never had an O-shaped beard like you say the second suspect had. And furthermore, that he has always kept the I'm not sure of this word, my lord. The one that you see a goatee. The one that you see here in court from as long as he can remember.
Thank you.
Bathi lapha kulomugqa kwesi14 kokushicilela ngaphambi kungesenkantolo ke ngelanga case na TCC qala kwa TCC 67/2020 ke lapho ke ngomnyaka 2023 ngenyanga yesi8 ngelanga lesi8 ke lapho ke bathi lapha kumugqa kwesi14 umnumzana Ramsepile uyasho khona nje ukuthi manje ke njengoba umhlola wesibili kuyangitshela ngitshela ukuthi nakakaze kabe nayo ke lentshebe ijakala ngalapho ke futhi lentshebe yena ayikhulu ke lapho ke kuyena futhi akakaze abe nayo ke intshebe o-shape ke lapho kuyena ke uma ngabe sizokhuluma lapho bathi umhlola wesibili ke futhi athi ngitshela nakakaze abe futhi kokugcina lapho ke nakade intshebe yakhe ifana nangale goatee kade nayo ke lapho kuyena ke le shile la enzansi ke intshebe yakhe kanayo ke futhi athi njengoba umbona la ngaphambi kwenkantolo futhi le ntshebe anayo la kuyena ke la ngenzansi ke kade ayigcinile isikhathi esiningi noma akhumbula.
Just for record purposes, can you just identify the picture on the left-hand side of
So, my lord, the picture on the
it says
left-hand side-
exhibit, it is part of exhibit J.
So the picture, my lord, on the left-hand side, my left-hand side, my recollection is identikit. This is now the one that was done by warrant of the state camp after the incident.
Athi isithombe sikhona la sanje sokumeleke la kuyena ke isithombe esithi identity.
By Makaleni to her describing the second intruder.
Athi isikhanyiso lesalomuntu lesiyese nositshela ke ukusasike kampa asitshela noMakaleni ukuthi umuntu esibili kade yindle ekhalena ukuthi ujakala kanjani ngosimo sakhe sasebusweni.
Yes, the second picture on the
Sorry,
right.
sorry, were you there?
No, it was before my time, my lord. I saw that in the docket. She disposed an affidavit, and I think it's forming part of exhibit, my lord, because Advocate Mnisi took me through that reporting that was made, or the report that was made. But in fact, it's a statement that was made by
Makaleni.
warrant officer- Yes, by Makaleni, 2 warrant officers didn't come. But not only Makaleni, she interviewed everyone that was in the house.
And I'm interested in Makaleni because you are saying he said.
Yes, it's in that report. my
Yeah,
lord.
but is it a statement which is under oath?
It's a statement under oath by Warrant Officer Steenkamp.
Right.
It's referring
That
to
statement was taken from Makaleni.
So there is a statement of Makaleni
Makaleni himself,
himself in the docket
where he gives a description
where he gives a description
of what he saw.
of what he saw of the second suspect.
Right.
Then, but the exhibit that we dealt with in this court, my lord, it's a statement of Warrant Officer Steenkamp.
Yeah, Steenkamp, I remember.
Yes, and then in that part, in part of her statement, she indicated the description she got from Mr. Makaleni, which made her to draw this identikit, my lord. That is now according to, I think it's Exhibit J. I just don't remember the name, my lord. It could be Exhibit J of in the court's record.
Yeah, I think it is J.
This is an objection, my lord. I don't want to be thrown at with something that I never said. There is no point where
I don't understand you. which you never said.
Yes.
Who says you said anything?
That's the reason why I am standing up to
Yeah, but-
correct what Brigadier
Yeah,
Kininda
I'm
just
following
said.
you.
Yes.
So Brigadier Gininda said you said something.
Yes.
What?
Brigadier Kininda said, when I cross-examined him, I took him through the identity kit that was compiled by Steenkamp. And part of it, I also mentioned about accused number 2. I never spoke about accused number 2. In that identity kit, I only
Okay, fine.
concentrated on accused number 3.
Okay, so he's mistaken.
I don't know whether it's intentional or mistaken, my lord.
My lord, I think perhaps we misunderstood each other. The point that I was making is that Exhibit J, I was referred to Exhibit J, warrant of Steenkamp statement, through the cross-examination. And in
He
that
said he never cross-examined you concerning accused number 2.
my lord, I was, if one has to be specific, then one will have to look into the record. But my recollection, I was asked by different counsel on behalf of all the accused. That's my recollection. But if then one has to see what exactly did Advocate Mnisi put to me, then one will have to look at the record. But my recollection, I was cross-examined across board by different counsel, even on other accused, my lord, that they were not representing. That's my recollection. Yes.
Yes, it's on record that Mr. Ramos simply represent accused number 2.
That's correct, my lord.
Just want to show you Exhibit J, is the document that you are referring to.
Yes, I've got it, my lord.
Thank you. Right. Can you then just go ahead and do you have any comment to make on the identity kit and the photo that's been handed up as Exhibit DD4A?
The entire album, or should I go picture by picture?
Just
This picture.
yes, the picture.
My lord, as I indicated, this is the identity that was made by warrant of Steenkamp while she, obviously after interviewing Mr. Makaleni, or during the interview with Mr. Makaleni. This is accused number 2, wearing a red hoodie with, I think it's black, it's 2 colors, it's red and then it's black at the bottom.
Athito ukufakazana-ke ushuthi i-identity shothi indlela kade bemkhuluma ngayo-ke lo muntu wesibili owangena edijithali yalo muzi ngelanga lesigameko-ke athi lento lena yenziwa lapho kwa-officer Steenkamp. Athi ngesikhathi kwa-officer Steenkamp ngayenza ngisho wezwa inkulumo ekhuluma eceleni ekuwukuthi nomuntu ushakala ngendlela ekanjena kanjena-ke bese lapho-ke nakathi wadweba-ke lo muntu lena ngendlela akuyiyo lana-ke athi yona-ke eduze lesithombe eceleni sesandla sasebileleke athi isithombe sakamsolo wami wesibili lapho kunombanzile athi futhi igqokile lapena ingubo enembala emibili lapho ugezi egqokile lapho-ke athi umbala obomvu-ke bese kuye futhi langenzansi kuyena esifubeni ukwehla kwenzansi bembala-ke lapho-ke nangathi kumnyama.
No, my lord, this was made or drawn or sketched. The identity was done by one of the Steenkamp just after the incident happened. As I'm indicating, getting it from Mr. Makaleni. And what one can see is that the second intruder is described or is sketched with a oval, an O-shaped beard, which is similar to the picture of accused number 2.
Athi lapho-ke isithombe esikhona esandla sokudla lesi qala lesi athi isithombe esavelayo lapho-ke ngemuva lesigameko sekafakazi lapho-ke umnumzane uMakeleni athi ngesikhathi ngesikhangiselo salolunye esiyimbo ngekhaya lesigameko ilanga lesigameko ukuthi ngalena kuze naso khona isithombe sakamsolo lapho-ke asibona futhi isithombe sakhe lapho-ke athi ngesikhathi ngitshela ngesikhangiso lesalomuntu eyangeni engaphakathi kwekalekana bakusho ukuthi umtsheli yakhe anayo lakhe ngisho kwenzeke urawundi khona nakena bathi kushe yonke yonke ukuthi ngitshele khona lana ngisho engiyawundi kulo muntu lena kenake athi yona sibonayo futhi ngalana ihlangothi lapha nesithombe sikaMnumzana uNtanzi.
Now, my lord, if one is to take into consideration what the state advocate asked me to read, which says accused, and obviously I was not in court, I don't know in what context it was put, but if the assertion is understood by me the way I understand it, which says accused number 2 never had an O shape. This picture, my lord, contradicts that, my lord, because the O-shaped beard, you can see clearly on accused 2. This is now, and I'm not referring to the picture, I'm referring to the picture itself.
Athi yofakazi ngesikhathi bekhuluma ngaso athi kepha uma ngabe abantu isikole esibili akaza imali entshebe kundawo ngikela ke simbakhe athi yona amanga ngoba ngaba uma ngoba isithombe lesike athi tshele ilawo ngana lesithombe lesike athi khona ke futhi noma lesithombe lesike sesifundisa ngempela futhi khona ke intshele ilawo ngakena.
As it may please the court, my lord, I'm standing up on the objection basis being irrelevance, my lord.
Hello?
The basis of my objection is irrelevance. My lord will recall that when Warrant Officer Ndlovu testified, he was taken through the same exercise. And I let it slide until the court said, is that relevant evidence? Because Brigadier Gininda, he may comment and cannot comment on what was put to Constable Zungu. And whoever also made a claim that the second suspect had an O-type beard and a what Warrant Officer Ndlovu described as a swine. And when I researched it, it was called a soul patch, my lord. That type of beard between the lower lip and the chin. So we are going to go through the same exercise again, my lord. As the court pleases.
Yes, Mr. Maloi.
As the court please, my lord, the court will recall, well, Mr. Ramsipli says the evidence is irrelevant. We submit that it is relevant. The court will recall that Brigadier Gininda did testify that when he met accused number 2 for the first time at Sibanye Gold, that he had that picture on the identity kit on the left-hand side, and he questioned accused number 2 on that identity kit. Now, there's a benefit of another picture. There's nothing wrong, my lord, in this witness testifying about his own observations. We submit that it is relevant.
My lord, like I always say, and I'll always say it again, in law, context is very important. The context of Brigadier Gininda confronting Mr. Ntanzi with the identity kit at the mine. His evidence is clear, Brigadier Gininda. Mr. Ntanzi said, this is a mistaken identity. Now, the second context that must be put so that Brigadier Gininda is on terms of what the state is trying to lead him on. When the second photo with the hoodie, blue and red, was taken, my lord. You can't lead the witness without giving them context, and I submit again, my lord, this is irrelevant, my lord. Well,
My lord, we have just begun to deal with the photo when my learned friend made an objection. We haven't had the opportunity to lead the witness about the events of the 18th of June, 2020.
18th of June.
Yes.
So you're going to lead the witness on that evidence?
Just briefly, my lord, not in detail.
Who's it?
Yes.
Yes, Mr. Ramsipidi says he's going to lead the witness on the evidence.
My lord, I'll wait to see what he's going to lead on, because my lord must remember, there are bases for objections, relevance, asked and answered. If he's going to ask on something that's been answered, I'm going to object because that's on record. Why would we repeat it again? But I'll wait to hear first what he's going to say, my lord. I can't stop him.
As a court, please, Brigadier, just to contextualize your evidence, the identity kit on the left-hand side of the screen. You have testified that you had interaction, and this is already on record, with accused number 2 on the 18th of June 2020 at Sibanye Gold. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Now, now, regarding that identity kit, what was your interaction with accused number 2?
My Lord, it was to the extent that I believe that this identity, the personal identity kit, resembles him, looks like him. And as Mr. Ramsipil has correctly put it, he rebutted that by saying exactly what Mr. Ramsipil said. So he said it's not him, it's a question of mistaken identity, my Lord.
Now, having had the benefit of photo DD4 in brackets A, which was extracted from the downloads of accused number 2, what is your comment regarding the identity kit and the photo? As we've pointed, accused number two has already admitted that the photo on the right, DD4A, is his photo and his features.
My Lord, as I've indicated, even earlier in the evidence, that before even seeing this photo on the right, just by looking at accused number 2, I had to believe, insofar as my observation was concerned, that it resembles the person on this identity as the second suspect that was given to warrant of sustained income. So I want to
My Lord, again, I'm going to rise on the point of relevance.
Hello?
I'm going to rise again on the point of relevance on this photograph and this line of examination. Let me start and reset the button. Warrant Officer Ndlovu, when he testified, and correctly so what Advocate Sibanda did, he made Warrant Officer Ndlovu to go through the facial description, a full facial description of the identity kit. That is the O-type, beard, the soul patch, and the dreadlocks. Now, Brigadier Gininda is shown this selectively to look at the O-type and then go to the picture on the right and say, make a comparison without giving him the context of all the facial features that appear on the identity kit.
Why should he be given the context? Because he's looking at, he's observing the lithograph of Mrs. Steenkamp, and he sees a photograph of a gentleman in red and blue with a hoodie. He's looking at it.
So that is own personal observation.
He's seeing it, yeah. And you know what? And also, this evidence, Brigadier Gininda, he says when he confronted Mr. Ntanzi, accused number 2,
Yes.
about the photo, which is a lithograph, the one which was
The
drawn.
identity kit.
That's it. He says he denied. He said, no, it's not me. It's a mistaken identity. So his evidence encompasses, amongst others, that denial. Now he says, when he looks at them, there's an uncanny resemblance between the lithograph and the photograph. And he is viewing it, not me, he sees it. So you can argue that he's wrong, there's no resemblance, fine. Cross-examine him.
Yes, you may continue.
My Lord, so in my view, my Lord,
Sorry, my Lord.
Case number 2.
For that? Oh, okay. What's the time, Mr.?
It's 3:21.
Okay, I'm just asking. Yeah.
Yes, you may continue.
so my Lord, looking at the pictures that come from DB4, according to what I told you, my Lord, and the identity that was drawn by warrant officer Stenkan, I do really see the very strong similarities in terms of the person who the identity and the accused number 2, my Lord.
Athi lapho fakazi iphethelezi lethu ezihlale thulezi zombili lapho ke uma ngathi iqhathanisa phakathi kwesithombe esidubana lapho ke warufisa Stenka ukuthi ngizokuza umzana umntazi ke akuzibukele noma wasifuna naphakathi kwakhe athi nakho khona ke okukhulu okufana ukuthi okuningi okufanayo awuthulezi zombili.
Even though, my Lord, what is also common, my Lord, is the hoodies. Even though on the identity it looks grayish, but if one looks on the photo that comes from exhibit DD4, it's reddish with black, blue, might be yes or not. But what is common is the type of the head that is wearing it. And it's a hoodie insofar as the identity is concerned. And he, on this exhibit DD4, is also wearing a hoodie, my Lord.
Ati futhi ukufuna manje namashizo omdlalo lapho kathi malana nalo nodaba lo ke sithobe sadibala ukuthi system lapho athi wathi wakugqoke igqoke nangisigqose odike naye efisobale ocream nesikhangiso silelela ngoba lapho ke athi ke kuba kwesithulo sekhangiso mina ithombe sakhe siqiniso lapho ke athi lapho ugqoke ukuthi nombala lapho kubomvu ke kepha kungabe siseka isithelo soseka ngoba lumbo
And as I've said, my Lord, the O shape, both on the identity as well as on the DD4, one can, the oversight, the O shape here, one can clearly see that.
Ati futhi kwathobe lezizonke lethobe lapho sithola ati bonke lapho umuntu onje enawo ngifuna ukuthi lezizini lapho ati futhi noma kukhona isithombe seqiniso semuntu namhlanzi nakhona athi itshela yakhe lawo ngisho ukuthi ocean.
Yeah, so looking into this, my lord, and I don't want to go back to what I've already testified about, unless it's necessary really. But if you look at the identikit, and you look at, as a whole, you look at accused number 2, and you take into account what was done during the course of the investigation, there are corroborating circumstances that indicate strongly that the second intruder, the alleged second intruder, fits with the state narrative that it is accused number 2.
Athi futhi uma ngizojobela kusesha kuthola labo lapho manje ngedawo beyitimende belithulile lapho athi uma ngabe isikhangiso salo muntu khona ngala futhi nezinto zomsusa ngizana ntanzile lapho ke athi lendlela abamchazile ngayo noma abakhuluma ngayo ke umuntu wesibili owangena ngaphakathi kwelakhaya lakhe athi indlela eyodwa ke ujana khona ngithundile zombili.
Will there be an appropriate time, my lord, to adjourn for the day?
Okay, yeah, just
25.
Just one question before I forget it. The drawings, as you call them, when were they taken by Mrs. Steenkamp? How many months, how many days,
No, it was.
how many years?
No, I think it would have been a day or 2. I can just look
Yeah.
into it very quickly, my lord, to be specific.
Manje kusenkantolo kuyabuza ke kufaka ukuthi no phecelezi odaba lendlebo ukuthi labo abantu baseStenkamp lokudlula kwakhe okwenza mhlawumbe ngemuva kwelanga lilodwa khona amalanga amaningi noma ngemuva kwesonto noma ngemuva kwenyanga ke yathi ufakazi uzobheka laphansi ku-statement sakho ukuthi ngabe nakho okudlubani nini ngokade kukadweba.
It was the 29th of October 2014, my lord. So it was basically on the 3rd day after the incident took place. Monday morning, she indicates that she interviewed these people on Monday morning of the 29th.
Okay, on the
Of
29th of October.
October 2014. So it's the beginning of the morning hours of the 3rd day after the incident took place, my lord.
Bathi ke malana nenkulumo ebhalwe ngaphansi kwesifungo ukuthi ugoba wakhekele nakho into yaseStenkamp ke wadweba ngelanga la nge-29 zaka-October ngomnyaka 2014 futhi ngemuva kwamalanga amathathu ke ngemuva kwelanga lesigameko athi kade kumsombuluko emalangeni ngesikhathi sakusasa ke ngesikhathi lesibahlezi ngofakazi lawa sebemtshela ngesikhangiso ke salomuntu wesibili ke owangena kwelakhaya waphuma.
It's actually on the 3rd day, my lord, not after the 3rd day. It's exactly on the 3rd day because if you count from the 26th going upwards, it takes you to the 3rd day, my lord, 29th of October.
Ngiyaqulisa ke lapho ngesinto esikhona athi kusuku lwesithathu ke lapho ke uma ngawusobala uma sobala ke lapho ngamalanga ke lapho suthi ilanga lesithathu ke uma qala ilanga la 26 langa la 27 2029.
Okay, so Rajan until tomorrow.
Yes, I am available, my lord, yes.
Manje sike kusasa ke lapho kuyafanele uqala lo.
Okay, again until tomorrow, 10.